call themselves evolutionary predators, and these are just in the first like 10 empires on the menu. It remains to be seen exactly who we are going to be dealing with in this corner of the universe, but this was in the back of my mind while I was getting my empire started. As exciting as it'll be to find and talk to our neighbors, as the Blorg are xenophilic after all, I was still quite nervous that I was going to get immediately conquered and enslaved by some freaky reptilian dude, and my peace-love Blorg philosophy would fail resolutely. The good news is there was nothing and nobody in the Poru system, or at least nothing still alive. We have recovered artifacts from an ancient alien civilization on Poru 6. Our scientists think they inhabited this region of stars roughly 6 million years ago based on the age of the artifacts. The aliens called themselves the Ute and appear to have been very large and flat arthropod analogs. It seems a single individual could reach a length of nearly 100 meters as an adult, and it was apparently exceedingly rare for more than 2 or 3 Ute to travel aboard the same starship. Alright, so we found some big bug.
First of all, let's get rid of that. Okay, yeah. Seems like something is happening. Alright. Interesting thing that I just got is not this. Let's see, it's called Anomalous Streamer 1. Where is it supposed to be? Here it is. What? Huh? Uh-huh. Okay, so bonus is lore shit. Interesting. And by the way, I got another sword billet just now from this Dodora boss. Here we go. Quite neat, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, that was that. Let's get, I guess, one more weekly boss soon. Because why not? Trans domain, sure. Let's go. Oh, whatever. I'm going to get rid of the extra unnecessary shit. I'm not sure I did it correctly. Yeah. Alright, further, let's get more attack percent, hopefully. And it's not attack percent. Okay.
People, some dead big bug people, abnormal conditions. As our science ship scans the surface of Poru 6, it becomes quite clear that we have found something out of the ordinary. Its composition and history provides it with extra materials that we should take the opportunity to gather. Planet modifier appears on Poru 6. Like what? What modifier? Minerals. Minerals are pleasant on this planet. Now that we've immediately found these other planets, it's time to start stripping them of their natural resources for our own gain. And the way we were going to do that was by building more stuff. First, a starbase, which will signify our claim on the star system to neighboring empires, if there are any. Second, a mining station to harvest the minerals we crave. In the meantime, science ship BCS Acuity keeps surveying. I'm gonna send you to Sturil. Go now. Go, BCS Acuity. Tell me what's going on over in Sturil.
Situation log updated.
Oh, hello. Claude? What Claude has brought us is news of a potentially habitable world that we surveyed in another system. That is to say, a planet similar enough to Blorg Prime to potentially colonize. Speaking of which, why don't I tell you a little bit more about what exactly our main planet looks like? The Blorg Empire capital planet has 3 industrial wastelands, which is not great, but we can clear them out, which will take time and energy credits, but okay, I'm down for that. And we'll get rid of this industrial wasteland and also the sprawling slums. The region is covered by vast shanty towns and slums filled with the poor and the outcast. Get rid of them. We've also got green hills, lush jungle, tropical island, submerged ore veins, prosperous mesa, mineral fields, rushing waterfalls, hot springs. Wow, what a beautiful... If we have like a fucking utopia over here on...
Okay, question. How many were there just a couple of moments ago? Okay, so I do have 37 standard pearls for some reason. No clue why. Interesting. Oh, hi dear.
Always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get...
A couple more times. Just a couple more times. She has more constellations than they look. Neat.
What I like to do? Stack my plate up high, then wolf it down in one go. That way, I get to eat my fill without wasting too much time.
Okay, I think Genshin is just done what it needed to do. The survey, like this. Yeah, it's fine. $56 left. Is there anything I want to listen to in the background, for example? No, doesn't seem that this YouTuber does Stellaris much, which is unfortunate.
Hello, gentlemen. Welcome to Factorio's hardest mod, Pyanodons. That's right, Crastorio, easy. Space exploration, more like Snorefest. Those are for losers, and I'm not a loser. I'm a winner. I'm a winner. My mama said so. As a matter of fact, so did your mom. But what makes Pyanodons so hard? Well, here is a visual graph of the tech tree from Factorio Space Age, a game that took me about 60 hours to complete. And here is the tech tree for Pyanodons. It's rumored that this mod pack takes between 12 and 1,500 hours to complete. That's basically a full-time job with no breaks for an entire year. So, let's give it a shot, huh? Now, let's just say you've played Factorio before. Let's say you've even beaten the game. I want you to take all your knowledge and throw it out the fucking window. We are not playing Factorio. We are playing some fucked up, bastardized version of real life inside the Factorio engine. The reason Pyanodons is so difficult is that they take things very literally, which is not at all the case in regular Factorio. But what do I mean by that? It's a game. How can you take things more literally? Well, in the base game of Factorio, if you take electric furnaces, railroads, and a few productivity modules, you throw them into a mixing pot, out pops a beaker with purple liquid. Someone explain that to me. How the fuck does that happen? Pyanodons is not like this at all. For example, Pi Science 1, you need a beaker and the stuff that goes inside the beaker. The beaker is made in a Glassworks machine, and the rubber cork to cork the beaker is made from latex, which is made from a latex slab, which is made from creamy latex, which is made from slaughtering animals and getting formic acid. I think you understand what I'm getting at. Sorry, I know that was a lot to throw at you all at once, but don't worry, I'll ease you into it. I'll make sure to use lots of lube. Actually, funny enough, I still haven't unlocked lube, so this is gonna be pretty rough going in. So, the beginning. First things first. World settings. Pyanodons has their own default setting, which, funny enough, doesn't have biters. Wonder why. Loading in, you can clearly see that things are different. Coal is now raw coal. There's a new resource called Native Flora, which I guess is just a bunch of flowers to brighten up the mood of the factory. And lastly, you have stone, but it's so much more than just stone. More on that later. Iron and copper are basically the same, except for the fact that the ratios from ore to plates are fucked. And as if that wasn't hard enough, there's a new mechanic that fucking sucks. Everything, except for the inserters, is a burner, which means they burn fuel. That's not the new part. The new part is ash. Every single item now has a byproduct that you have to deal with. And unfortunately, you can't actually deal with it until way down the tech tree. And even then. So, to start, all I had were belts, mechanical inserters, which didn't burn fuel, thank God, furnaces, mining drills, and my unwavering resolve. Step 1. Iron. Normally, a mining setup looks like this. One input, one output. But now I had ash, which meant I had two outputs. And with the lack of long arm inserters, this proved to be quite the conundrum. After some time thinking, deliberating, and questioning my decision to play this mod, I came up with this. As you can see, there are zero flaws with this design. Next up was the smelting stack. 2 inputs, 2 outputs, no long arm inserters. Luckily, this time around, I managed to scramble the few brain cells that I had, and I actually made something worth writing home about. Instead of having both inputs on one side and both outputs on the other, I mixed it, and it worked out pretty well. Good job. With the iron and copper automated, it was time to investigate the research. Researching obviously takes labs, which starts with power. Power was on the menu. I geared up to see some really complicated shit, but it actually was just the same as the base game. Except, you know, the boilers make ash. That and the ratios of the boilers to the steam engines were flipped. Here, you need 2 boilers to 1 steam engine, which sadly means more fuel, which also means more ash. Shit. Yeah, it's alright, I'll just put down more storage boxes. Because we all know that the more storage you use, the more the problem goes away. Right? Right? And speaking of making problems go away, you can make my problems go away by subscribing. The higher this number goes, the more emotionally reliant I become on YouTube and the more videos I need to release so that I can become fully dependent on the YouTube comment section for validation. Doesn't that sound helpful? Yeah, I knew I could rely on you. The power was done, and the unlocking of the assembly machine was nigh. All I needed was to make a lab and manually craft the first amount of automation science. Easy. To make the automation science, it took some flowers, a box to put the flowers in, and some small parts. For the first time in this game, I was looking at these parts and thinking, what are we playing, fucking Animal Crossing or something? I was thinking to myself, okay, these are some new parts, but it's probably just a new recipe that's already made in the existing buildings. Nope. This was the introduction to how the mod pack really makes things complicated. The flowers were just a natural resource I could mine, so I just put down a mining drill on top. Sorry, fucko, those are flowers and would clearly get mauled to death with a big angry drill. What you need are careful hands. Hey, can you stop touching me like that?
Yeah, sorry, that was fucking weird.
Robot hands, to be precise. And that planter box? Well, you just need to make the box first, and then you need to fill the box of soil. But isn't soil just dirt, and dirt is made from stone? No, you fucking dingleberry. Soil is made from a soil extractor. It's because that's why. So with my planter box and beautiful flowers made, I shove it into the lab, which has a completely different sprite for no apparent reason. Whoa! And I finally unlocked the assembly machine. At last, I could finally enjoy the sweet life of electricity and say goodbye to all my problems revolving around ash. With these new electric assembly... Wait, what the fuck?
Oh, these are burner assembling machines?
Oh. I was sad, distraught, but I had to accept the fact that ash was here to stay. No, don't touch me, get the fucking factory needed to grow. And whether or not these assembly machines were gonna be a pain in my ass, they were certainly the key to making life easier. In the short time I had been playing, it was already crystal clear that 4 things needed to be automated. Mechanical inserters, small parts, and of course the transport belt underground belt duo. But before setting those up, it occurred to me,
How far along is fast transport belts? It's probably like ages from now.
okay, got it. I'm gonna... Jesus Christ. Now, normally, whenever you are ready to begin automation, you have splitters. You have a main line of resources, and you split off a line of iron or copper to feed the machines. Now, did I have splitters? I most certainly did not. And they weren't coming anytime soon. So, how was I supposed to split off the resources from my main iron line? I thought of a solution. Listen, I know you think this is a joke, but seriously, it's what you have to do. I looked it up. Now, the other thing I needed fully automated was the automation science pack. All the core ingredients had already been taken care of. All except stone. Stone. Normally, it's just stone. You mine it, you use it, you're done. But here, when you mine stone, you also mine Keragen. Without splitters, I was forced to make this. Blech. But what can you do with Keragen? What is it used for? Fucking nothing. It can be used as fuel, but we already have everything set up with raw coal, so it's basically fucking useless. So my solution was, more storage boxes. Surely this will end well. So after an hour or two, everything was routed, made, and the factory had grown. But the factory was still a baby, an infant that had barely began to crawl. What I needed to make this factory baby crawl slightly faster was steel. But little did I know how revolting, disgusting, and horrendously horrific this can of worms was gonna be. Steel, in regular Factorio, is just iron ore that had been smelted and then smelted again. Now you need limestone, coke, and raw iron ore that has to be smelted in this. Firstly, this thing is fucking huge. That's what she said, but not in the good way. This thing is the size of like 16 furnaces, but it only produces 1 steel every 15 seconds. That is wild. But anyways, I digress. So, raw iron ore, not a problem. Limestone, also not that big of a problem. So iron, check. Limestone, check. Now, let's talk about coke. Coke is a product at the end of a chain that starts with raw coal. Raw coal goes into a machine, it gets scared, shits itself, and stinks up the entire room with this disgusting gas. We find out that it wasn't just farting up a storm. Dripping down its leg and seeping all over the floor is coal shit, which I'm gonna call tar. Sadly, it's a little bit chunky too. These tiny bits are called iron oxide. Scared and now shitless, the raw coal has become a shell of a man it once was. Now, it's just coal. Coal thinks it's done, but no. It once again gets thrown into another machine, and once again it gets scared, blasts out an entire whole fuck ton of gas, shits out even more diarrhea tar, iron oxide, and finally it realizes its true form. Coke. Yay! Now we can make steel. But like, the factory stinks, diarrhea is strewn across the entire facility, and we have a ton of nuggets with nowhere to go. What am I supposed to do with all this shit, huh? Well, the iron oxide is simple enough. I could just turn those into iron plates. But the tar and coal gas, they weren't as clean cut. I could process the tar even further into making carbolic oil, but then that would need to be processed into creosote, and I have no fucking clue what I'm supposed to do with that. And the coal gas has an energy value, so I assume it's supposed to be for fuel, but what the fuck do I power it? Huh? As you can see, I had a lot of options, but really only one of them made sense. The sinkhole. Any liquid I wanted could just poof, and it would be gone. But bam.
Yeah, let's just get rid of our fucking liquids. We hate it. We hate them.
Yes, indeed we do. So, with that, the steel was online. But why did I need steel? What about steel was going to make my factory crawl slightly faster than before? Well, it unlocked several new and interesting machines.
Ooh, I can now make a retorter. A retort. Ew, what the what the fuck? This retorter is huge. It's a big ol' reed.
Steel also opened up a tech tree that doesn't exist anywhere in the original Factorio. What I was trying to make were simple circuit boards. No, not the green circuits that you're thinking of, simple circuit boards. Remember how I said this mod was pretty literal? Well, here's what it takes to make them. Each one of these are a multi-step processing chain to make. In addition to automating iron and copper, I would also need to automate lead, zinc, tin, aluminum, wood, moondrops, ceramics, fucking seaweed, and guess what? Each one of those items needs their own specific fuel to mine their own specific ores. You want to mine zinc? Sucks to suck, fuckface. You need to make aromatics. To get that, you need to make light oil, which is only a byproduct from processing pitch, which of course you can only get by processing tar, which you can only get from that shitty coal process that I mentioned earlier. Oh, and by the way, you gotta deal with 5 other byproducts from that whole resource chain. Like, what are you gonna do with anthracene or naphthalene oil? You gonna say it 10 times fast? Bet you can't. Anthracene, naphthalene, fuck. Okay, I think you get my point though. There were a lot of resources with a ton of byproducts to manage. But remember, my resolve is unwavering. I noticed trends, commonalities, similarities from one recipe to the next. Everything I was working on seemed to revolve around one singular point. In order to resolve all of my problems, I would need to make an empire of coke. The method that I had mentioned earlier about refining raw coal into coke is old, antiquated, borderline bad. We don't play Factorio to merely get things done. Now, we are here to get things done efficiently. Why waste byproducts by throwing them into stinky sinkholes when you could be processing them even further and making even more of what you want? The beginning of this coke empire began by chopping trees. Now, a lot of these machines are fucking massive. But just like the foundry from earlier, size doesn't necessarily imply that they can process a shit ton of materials. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Regardless, I began construction of the Coke Empire.
So this is just gonna make straight up pitch and a whole bunch of other random shit. I got no idea how all this is gonna work. I'm just kind of doing it now. 140. I need 7 of these fuckos. Oh my god. Okay. There's 5 outputs.
Okay. And it doesn't work for some reason. Let's
I don't remember that
leave it for
part of
later.
the thing.
Maybe I'm not going to do it today. By the way, let's deal with shit. The other shit. The daily shit. During the super. I'm telling you, I have super. I didn't claim it. Huh. Somehow I walked 4K uh, walk cycles. Guess I did move around this morning. Oh. Yep, I guess I can feed myself something. Not necessarily calorie dense, but calorie interesting. не бородинский, это просто черный хлеб.
Нет, это не бородинский, это бородинский. Нет, там была такая бородинка, ну, такая, она порвалась. Один котлет сразу.
Ну, что на почерпне холодные котлеты.
Я даже холодный
Мне не
не
нравится.
погрею, конечно. Ну что, будешь котлет?
Погрей.
Побольше, поменьше?
Поменьше. А. Life is annoying sometimes. Like today I started to look into playing new song, and I found out in the process I have become really bad at playing guitar and singing at the same time. It seems. Well, not some songs. Creep is still pretty good when I play it. Alright, let's check it out. What do I need to do? What do you want? 24 days, 4 days. Alright, let's see. Sure. Yeah, maybe not. Mhm. Or maybe yes. Okay, first let's do that. the amount of times that I want to do it. Uh-huh. Yeah. Makes sense that you wouldn't allow him to do that. It also seems that this game is muted. Let's unmute it. Hmm.
I'm still in fighting shape. Much better now. Oh, we're so committed. Ooh, fingers crossed for a bonus.
Very professional move.
Nice hit! Well, that was something.
Fuck, why is it there? Fuck! This seems so overplayed.
Oh, wait,
But you know what?
still
I'll
come.
probably have Coke for the rest of my life.
With all the machines laid, they now needed to be powered and fueled. Specifically, I needed 2 fuckloads of steam. Steam is made from boilers, which take fuel, which make ash. A factory of this size couldn't be trusted with storage bins. A few of the bins had already been filled and had completely halted my entire production line. That would be unacceptable for something as dear to me as this Coke Empire was. Which meant I needed to handle ash processing. And the funniest part about the ash processing line is that it also ends with You guessed it, more storage bins. Teehee. With the Coke Empire made, it was time to hook things up. Now, listen, there was a lot of things that happened, but it's too much to explain. If I explained every fucking detail, your brains would probably inflate to the size of Texas, or Germany times 2, and then explode.
Kaboom.
Here's what I mean.
Using Moondrop seeds. Moondrop greenhouse. Botanical nursery. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to make a petri dish. Okay, how do you make agar? Seaweed. How do you make seaweed? Made in a seaweed crop facility? And you need 10?
Yep, there was a lot of this going on. So, I'll just catch you up on the basics. Circuit boards are made from a bunch of random shit and a printed circuit substrate. Everything is essentially made from raw resources, but this is quite the process. And by that, I mean it's 3 different processing lines all converging on the same spot. These take wood processing, oil processing, and I don't know, but organic processing. Each of these lines forced me to make a choice.
Alright.
Turd.
What?
For example, the 3 options for the wood processing line are to A, increase how much fiber I get from wood, B, increase how much wood is made from logs, or C, I can change the recipes to use far more ash in favor of speed and productivity. Once I chose an upgrade, there was no going back. I chose wood. So, after formulating each process line, making my permanent game-altering decisions, everything was made. Every mine had their mining resource, every machine had its parts, and finally, simple circuit boards were automated.
Holy shit. Okay. I have automated the simple circuit boards.
Well, that only took 20 hours. Fuck. That was a lot of work just for some fucking splitters. But it wasn't just splitters I unlocked. Remember, these things were the biggest cockblock of my entire production line, and now I have them. Boop.
125 simple circuit boards. Oh my god, I'm rich. I'm rich.
Several things had now opened up. The first main science pack was still kind of far out, which meant that there were some base cleaning operations that needed to be done. Firstly, iron and copper processing had now been unlocked. What's that? We're already mining iron and copper? Well, yes. But why not mine better? Do you see this copper ore? It's stinky. It's garbage. Impure. But we can make it slightly more pure. See this machine? It's called the Awesome Ore Screener 9000. This bad boy will take all of your bitch-ass copper and turn it into bitch and ass copper. The ass copper gets sent to a jaw crusher where it gets turned into rocks and magically transforms into bitch copper. Now, you've got a bunch of bitch and copper, and that can then be smelted into copper plates. Does it take up a lot of space? Yes. But it turns the copper to plate efficiency from about 12% to 40%. Now those are some numbers we can get behind. So, the copper was upgraded, the iron was upgraded, and the whole time I was building this shit, Pi Science 1 had been researched.
Wow, Pi Science is done.
Okay, this science pack was absolutely fucked. I looked at the ingredients and I thought it was relatively simple, but then came to find out it was not. I'm not sure how other people figure out processing chains, but I'm a visual guy. I like looking at stuff. Which is why I start with the item I want and I build one ghost machine for every part down the line. So, for example, if Pi Science takes a beaker and substrate, I will place down a Glassworks
All right, let's see. Crafting 20 times. $17. So yeah. And 3 more, I guess. Easy. Not that. Which space salvage? It's pretty easy, potentially. What else can I have on the background?
So did the influence of the creators. And with AdSense being implemented, big companies saw positive results from advertising to an online audience, naturally leading to the monetized ecosystem we see today. Most of the bigger things being advertised seem pretty harmless and often become well known among viewers, while others are...
Luckily, though, I can make money through Cash Giraffe. It's an app that lets you earn money by...
Oh, my guy just promoted Cash Giraffe.
I'm financing my kids through Cash Giraffe.
It's quite the slap in the face to your audience to try and sell them a scam. And those who do are gambling with their reputation.
Cooper, I have no idea how I'm gonna record this video, dude.
But what happens when the company sponsoring the creators has the wool over everyone's eyes? Enter Honey.
Do you have Honey installed?
What's Honey?
Oh, no. Honey.
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 Honey. Honey.
Honey.
Honey.
Honey.
Honey has been advertised as a browser extension that automatically searches the internet for coupons and discount codes that apply to your online shopping cart before you check out, ultimately aiming to save money for the customer. The product was advertised for years by countless YouTubers, including some of the biggest names on the platform, like PewDiePie, Mr. Beast, and Moist Critical. However, after years of success, a $4 billion acquisition, and gaining tens of millions of users, including myself, a YouTuber named Megalag released a multi-year-long investigation that exposed the extremely deceptive and malicious nature of the product. In this video, you'll see the various shady practices Honey engaged in, backed by never-before-seen data gathered for this video. Even if you're already aware of the story, you'll be surprised at just how deep it goes. Honey not only lied to creators, but also their partners, small businesses, and you, the consumer. So, without any further ado, this is how Honey scammed everyone. Big ups to Pink Sauce for sponsoring today's video. Nah, come on, you think I'd sell you poison? Nah, come on, man. But for real, a huge shout out to my patron. I want to thank Yelta for sharing his data with me, as it was pivotal for my video. He helped Megalag compile much of Honey's store and coupon database, and turned out to be a fan of my channel. Small world. So his updated data was very much appreciated. I also want to shout out Megalag, who broke this story, bringing much of this information to light. Both of their work, along with additional resources about the subject, will be linked in the description below. With that out of the way, let's talk about some sweet, sweet honey. That's fucking delicious. Tastes like a fucking scam. In late 2012, aspiring entrepreneurs Ryan Hudson and George Ruan created Honey after successfully building a prototype of their idea, a browser extension that scoured the internet for coupon codes that would automatically apply to a user's online shopping cart. The writing on the wall for the company's success was already clear before the company was founded, as the prototype leaked on Reddit and gained popularity. By 2014, the company would reach 1 million organic users and raise $1.8 million from investors. This initial success would rapidly increase over the coming years and had raised over $40 million by 2018. It was around this time that Honey began sponsoring dozens of YouTube channels. At this point in time, the product was well liked and seemed like a helpful tool for saving money. Still, one particular creator was prophetically skeptical about Honey.
Mark, this is good news. You can be the bee.
In a stream from late 2019, Markiplier came across an ad for Honey while watching a YouTube video.
Can I pause real quick? I have a natural distrust of Honey. I don't know what it is. I don't know why, but I naturally distrust Honey. And I don't Okay, all right, guys. All right, we're gonna stop. Everyone, listen. My gut tells me that nothing in life is free. So where's all these savings coming from? And like the money that people get from Honey, I don't trust it. They push so much advertising. They push so much advertising on YouTube. They do brand deals with other YouTubers. I think they've even offered me, and I said no because I just don't trust Honey. In like a couple years, there's going to be the great Honey conspiracy, but there's some shady shit going on. I can't put my finger upon it. But why do they spend millions on advertising? And then people are getting money out of it, and then people are saving money out of it, and that makes sense, but the other part doesn't make sense, and then something's going on here. Where's all this money coming from? Where is Honey getting the money? Where's Honey getting all their money from? They should be losing money. In the grand scheme of everything being compared across the internet, shouldn't they be losing an incredible amount of money considering how much they're saving other people and giving to people? Something's going on there. I don't trust Honey.
At the time, many audience members even wrote this off as a joke or crazy conspiracy.
Why care? It's saving people money. It gives you automatic discount codes. It's that straightforward. How can it be a scam?
However, in this clip, Markiplier raises a great question. Where does this money come from? Well, in order to explain just how shady and malicious this shit is, I need to establish a bit of a timeline for you. When Honey began, Ryan and George hired a small team and funded the project completely out of pocket. Revenue was essentially negligible, but the product was gaining organic traction online. By early 2017, Honey acquired funding from various investors to the tune of around $45 million, yet was still earning minimal revenue. This is before any known deceptive practices, and notably, prior to the advertising boom that would soon be pushed. Fast forward to October 2017, when a piece of code was added to Honey's browser extension, which allowed Honey to claim affiliate commission when a user buys a product after using Honey to search for a discount, regardless of whether or not a discount was found. The fact that Honey was taking credit for sales, especially where no discount was found, is already kind of fishy. But what really makes this new addition sleazy is the fact that it was added around the same time that Honey sponsored their first video. You see, a part of this code is what's known as an SSD, short for Selective Stand Down System, otherwise known as a defeat device. Stand down rules state that if a user has already clicked on someone else's affiliate link, Honey must stand down, meaning it can't inject their own affiliate link or take a commission. These rules are required by the majority of affiliate networks. So the defeat device was made to selectively ignore these rules, meaning Honey only complies with the stand down rules if the SSD system believes the user is a tester or an affiliate manager, not the average consumer.
The moment Honey detects an affiliate link from the stand down rules, before making any decisions, Honey consults this last file called SSD. If your Honey account passes all three of these rules, Honey considers you a legitimate shopper and will not stand down. However, if your account fails any one of these rules, like your account is only 29 days old, Honey considers you too risky and will therefore play it safe and stand down. Let's visit another AWIN link. As expected, Honey ignores the stand down rule again. But notice here how it says SSD? That's the extension confirming that it was supposed to stand down for this link, but didn't because my account passed all of these rules.
Not only that, but once it knows not to follow stand down rules, if a shopper decides to engage with a pop-up and look for coupons, it replaces any previous affiliate link and injects its own in order to earn a commission from the sale without the user having any idea. Only in the rare cases where Honey doesn't have some form of partnership with the company will this not happen. Not only does Honey's defeat device break affiliate network rules, but Honey actively acknowledges their lack of enforcement in the store monetization notes. It's within their own code, has non-affiliate coupon clause, but doesn't have any codes from networks, so can't remove other coupon sources. That sounds shady. Terms have the coupon clause, no data on enforcement yet. This is not only a sneaky, fraudulent way of earning money, but it's also blatantly taking money away from other creators. For example, if I tell you guys that you can get high-quality PC cases and well-made PCs from StarForge at a discount using my affiliate link, and you were to purchase a product after clicking my link or using code Cameron, I would earn a commission for that sale. The user knows that they are supporting a creator while purchasing that product. But let's say Honey is installed, and before you check out, it offers to check for any additional discount codes. The second you click on that pop-up, they take the affiliate commission from the creator for themselves. Megalag also had a pretty good analogy.
Let's say you're at a department store looking to buy a new TV. A salesman spends time running you through your options. You decide to buy, he gives you his referral card, you get to the checkout, and right as you're about to pay, a sleazy salesman pops up going, "Hey, shall I check if I have any coupon codes for you?" Naturally, you say sure. He snatches your referral card without you ever noticing, looks for coupons, says sorry, no luck this time, but instead of handing back the original referral card, he hands back his own.
Honey never directed you to the product, yet they're taking credit for the commission. This practice, as I said earlier, is strictly forbidden by affiliate networks, which is exactly why Honey has the selective stand-down code in place. Not only to bypass affiliate marketing rules, but also to steal from creators. They've been able to make such a big name by sponsoring the very creators they're taking money away from, all while claiming to be a helpful tool to save money. What Honey is exploiting here is a common system within affiliate marketing known as last click attribution. Essentially, the last person's affiliate link that directs you to the sale of the product gets the credit for the sale, and therefore earns a commission. The problem here is that Honey isn't directing anyone towards the sale of the product. On top of that, Honey does everything they can to get that last click, even when they have nothing to offer.
Honey knows it has nothing to offer. No coupon codes, no Honey Gold, yet it still pops up to announce absolutely nothing. Annoying as fuck. Naturally, you click the got it button to get rid of the annoying dancing coin, and whoa, what's that? PayPal takes the sale.
All of this alone is beyond sneaky and could easily be considered fraud. But it only gets worse. Because as Honey grew, not only did the defeat device continue to expand quietly, but so did the amount of deceptive features. You see, Honey was historically advertised as the free browser extension that will automatically find you the best promo code for anything you purchase online.
Honey automatically searches for the best coupon code online, so you're always saving the most money when you're making purchases online.
Some ad reads included the claim that if Honey can't find a discount code, there are no other deals available for your purchase anywhere on the internet.
If Honey can't find a discount code for you, then you can rest assured that there's not a single discount or promo code on the internet. If there was one, Honey would find it for you.
They would also claim to have millions of coupon codes.
Honey automatically searches millions of promo codes and drops the best one it finds into your cart.
The overarching promise Honey made was to give the consumer the best deal guaranteed. These claims would turn out to be a blatant lie. First of all, they don't have millions of codes. Not even 100,000. According to the data compiled by Yelta, at the time of this recording, Honey only has around 50,000 coupon codes, 10,000 of which are expired. This is a noticeable decrease from the 90,000 codes they had around 6 months ago. And besides, how are half of the best possible codes clearly Honey affiliate codes like Honey 5 or Honey 10? Well, Honey started to majorly focus on its corporate partner program in 2017. You may be wondering why Honey, a tool advertised to save consumers money, would partner with companies that would incur a net loss from such a tool. Well, according to the website Honey uses to attract new business partners, partners have control over the coupon codes hosted on the Honey platform. Now that we know that Honey lied about having millions of coupons, let's examine Honey's claim of scraping the internet for the best coupon codes possible, and see how true that really is. In short, they don't. According to the data, the only time Honey ever scraped online coupons was in 2016 when they took coupon codes from their competitors, Coupon Follow and Retail Me Not.
If we look at the support notes left by Honey's developers, we can see that back in 2016, Honey was scraping coupons from at least
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you. Hmm. Huh? Hmm. Oh. Huh? Hmm.
Finally decided to call me up?
Mm-hmm.
Let me take chance. And I was hoping you'd say that. One more shot! Power shot! Feel the chill. Have fun. Woo-hoo! Such an output. Power shot! Veritas be with us. Energon, let's get icy. Ready? Hammer down. Power shot! One more shot! Shot! Ready, energize! Let's get icy!
The music is quite nice, but it really doesn't fit this game.
Wow! You can actually do that shot! Simmer down! Ready, energize! Let's get icy!
Okay, that was chill. Reasonably chill. Okay, but since that this is trying to be the new endgame, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I see. But if I go like this and then go like this, HP plus 200% enemy attributes. Oh my god, that's really annoying. Oh, what the fuck? It's a ridiculous thing. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's nice. Let's not do that. Remove. Or maybe 20%, that's fine. There's the enemies. Yeah, sure, let's try this one.
Here awake, as the law watches. He who suffers today is not among us. Milky, I was hoping you'd say that. Hey-ya! Re-energize! Let's get icy! That's so cool. One more shot! Wow! You can actually do that? Your arts have opened my eyes.
Oh, whoa. Let's not have both of them at the same time. What's that? That's fine. I can actually afford it. That is fine.
Ready for a really long trip.
On the 6th of August 2025, parliamentarians across the Roblox UK government roleplay BUK gathered in the House of Commons to vote on a single motion: authorization of military action against the Roblox state of Israel. They were voting on that motion because earlier that day, the outgoing Israeli Prime Minister news had leaked a cache of highly classified files from the country's spy agency, the Mossad. The files revealed stunning details of a conspiracy by British officials to orchestrate false flag terrorist attacks across the UK Roblox server with the intention of blaming Russia, another Roblox group, as a casus belli for war. Calling them stupid, genocide-larping imperialist wankers, the British Prime Minister also directed the head of MI6, the UK's Foreign Intelligence Service, to go in there and target every Russian. Kill them all, according to leaked screenshots. The player base of the BUK were outraged by the files, not because they revealed a conspiracy by their own government to attack its own citizens, but rather because they implicitly revealed that the British government had among them a Mossad spy. The files indicated that the mole had access to, among other things, top-secret MI6 communications, British cabinet group chats, and confidential diplomatic cables. It didn't take long for both the media and British officials to find the source of the leak, former Foreign Secretary Tarzan Love. Nor did it take long for the server's news outlets to begin manufacturing consent on overdrive. The Appleby calls for war against Israel. Smite them all, wrote one newspaper. This is an article for a Roblox group only, and is not designed to be reflective of real life. This article contains the opinions of the editor. The Appleby is an impartial company. On the floor of the House of Commons, the Social Democratic leader and British Prime Minister, Wajir Badr, called on his colleagues to vote for military action.
We are going to end the terrible regime of the Israeli government that has plagued UNV for so long, UNV being the name of our United Nations. And may I remind everyone right now, this is not simply us trying to warmonger, this isn't us trying to strip for the sake of it. This is something that has built up over time. And I don't think it would be appropriate at all to let this one slide. I have tried time and time again to be diplomatic with every single nation, and that includes Israel. And if they really feel like they can get away with sending a Mossad agent through the government, and over time, I will say right now, Tarzan, who's now been removed from the MP, that was I deeply apologise to the House for hiring him at all. That man, he was a known member of the UK when I first hired him into government, and he worked in the press, he worked his way through the government, he worked as a minister, and then worked his way up. And then I find out that during a point after he's been hired, probably a good few weeks after it, I'm assuming, it turns out he's been part of Mossad, and it is a deep regret that he was ever hired, and I apologise profusely to this House. So how can we make amends for it? Bomb the hell out of them, please vote aye.
Sitting opposite the Prime Minister was the Conservative leader of the opposition, Sketchbook. Sensing a brewing political scandal over the issue, he pressed the Prime Minister on Tarzan's appointment. The British public deserve answers, he said. How was this allowed to take place at such a high level of government? The Prime Minister must stand before this House, not with excuses, but with resignations, starting with his own if he cannot explain this utter failure of state security. He then posed a provocative question. What proof did the Prime Minister have that he himself was not compromised by the Roblox state of Israel?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why he's trying to insinuate that I'm compromised by Israel when I'm trying to declare war on them. No, I'm not giving way because I'm not an agent of Israel. That is an incredibly stupid accusation. Mr. Speaker, when I was in opposition at the time that man tried to warmonger against North Korea, I did come up here and say he was an agent of the North, did I? Because that's incredibly stupid, isn't it? So, I didn't say he was an agent of theirs, did I?
On the opposition bench, be quiet. Let the Prime Minister speak.
Mr. Speaker, it's completely... I don't know why my jumping from like that. Can someone fix it? This will be fun. But Mr. Speaker, I didn't say he was an agent of North Korea. All I said was that he warmongered, okay? So I don't know why they're trying to say that. But listen, look, we're just going to vote to go to war with Israel. We've got to get this done. And I'm pretty sure, just to make it clear, I'm pretty sure everyone internationally is really, really going to like us when we do this, because no one likes Israel. They've been a terrible member of the UN. They have been terrible to us. And in regards to our recognition of Jerusalem as their capital, that was this government actively trying to still, despite offences caused to this government, in our post where we recognised Jerusalem as Israel's capital, that was in a post where we said, you've been incredibly rude, and we're only adhering to one of your demands, that's recognise Jerusalem as a capital, simply because it was a sign of goodwill that whilst we condemn their actions completely for being rude to everyone, we are fine to rekindle, because it was at a time where they moved Prime Minister again, where the cabinet removed theirs again after he did such inappropriate actions. So, the UN's sick of Israel. We're sick of Israel. Frankly, I can't think of someone apart from Israel who isn't sick of Israel. So yeah, vote aye. And no, I'm not an agent of theirs. And we're going to pursue regular background checks on every single government MP to make sure this never happens again.
The House of Commons voted on the motion after the Prime Minister's speech. They voted in favour of military action. Britain was now at war with the Roblox state of Israel. Okay, hold up. What does war even mean in this context? You may be asking. How does war work on Roblox? In short, both the UK and the Roblox state of Israel were members of a UN roleplay called the UNV, the United Nations Verse, an international body made up of lots of other independently run Roblox nations called Row Nation. Membership of an international body like the UNV plays an important role in the Row Nation sphere because it lends a specific roleplay group legitimacy. There are, after all, many roleplays claiming to be the true British government, or the true Israeli government of Roblox. Being recognised as the British government, or the Israeli government, is the reason why many Row nations fight for the right to be represented in the Roblox United Nations. It is in this context that the UNV allows its member states to fight wars with one another, which essentially involves the UNV admins plopping players of both sides into a battlefield and having them duke it out in a first-person shooter. As part of the UNV Rules of War, member states are required to submit their war demands, a series of legally binding actions that would be taken if they won the war. And the British government made its demands loud and clear. It wanted the full annexation of southern Israel, the total destruction of its intelligence services and the IDF, and the heads of the Mossad leadership. Joining the British were the Roblox French Republic, Project Gallia. With grievances of their own right, including allegations that the Mossad had infiltrated France with spies of their own, the French government demanded the full annexation of northern Israel. It also demanded the right to try all Israeli leaders in a Parisian court, the demilitarization of Israeli-occupied Lebanon, and the destruction of the Knesset, the Prime Minister's office, and all other governmental buildings through airstrikes. As news of the Anglo-French declaration spread across the UN, Row nations began issuing diplomatic communiques concerning their positions on the war. The United States, which Israel had considered their closest ally, publicly declared its neutrality on the war, stating only that it was ready to broker peace between the UK and Israel when they decide to. A slew of nations, meanwhile, immediately jumped on the condemn Israel train. France, Taiwan, Malaysia, Uruguay, Denmark, Bangladesh and Canada all voted in favour of a failed resolution to expel Israel from the United Nations. Russia, which had seemingly learnt of the British plot to attack its civilians and infiltrate its intelligence services through the Mossad files, thanked Israel by breaking off all diplomatic relations with it, expelling all of its diplomats, and recognizing the Roblox state of Palestine. Okay, technically this was done because of a previous diplomatic spat it had with Israel, but Russia never bothered restoring relations even after the files came to light. The stage was set for a grand battle between the Anglo-French alliance, with moral support from a plethora of countries and covert support from Malaysian intelligence, and the internationally isolated Roblox state of Israel. And the Anglo-French alliance lost their first battle badly. When we deployed, we were trying to figure out where the hell the enemy is, the French president later recalled. Our forces were facing the wrong direction even, and we were outflanked. It was a horrific defeat. As part of the war, Israel had also issued its war demands. It demanded that France give independence to New Caledonia, French Polynesia, and Corsica, and it demanded that the UK hand over the Falkland Islands to Argentina, grant Northern Ireland independence, and hand over all of its overseas territories to be occupied by Israel. As news of the Israeli victory spread across the BUK, panic began to spread. Oh my god, the UK is going to lose all of its overseas territories. In the next session of Parliament, the leader of the opposition grilled the government over its prosecution of the war.
So, Mr. Speaker, how is it that this so-called competent Prime Minister of yours was able to agree terms in which we would lose absolutely everything apart from Great Britain itself? And then also, I'd like to add, the conflict itself, BAEF has been under your management for 2 months now. Soldiers running around only wearing tunics, they have no equipment, and why is this? You can't blame it on military incompetence, and if so, you're responsible for that. You've been in charge of them for many months now. And if it was myself, I was in charge of the BAF during North.
When I don't really use
I was the foreign secretary.
ultimates.
They did their work splendidly. Maybe shutting down UKSF wasn't a good idea. The Prime Minister has continually been incompetent, unable to do his job properly.
That's
He got
fine.
his manifesto and policies from a SOVS document, and he is unfit to rule and hasn't got a clue what's going on. He is a
That's
man
fine.
who likes to yap in Parliament, who likes to argue in general, who likes to argue in Parliament feed, who likes to rant about me in his party press releases. But he is not one for doing any work which will get the UK moving anywhere, and he has brought us to this point now where we are totally screwed unless we can have serious work done, which he has failed to deliver on time and time and time again.
The first Secretary of State, in response, blamed alleged bias on the part of the UNV's war team for causing coalition forces to have a severe equipment and preview disadvantage. In response to the loss of the first battle of the war, the leader of the opposition tabled a motion of no confidence against the
Okay,
government.
that's fine.
A motion of no confidence was a mechanism that allowed the House of Commons to remove a sitting Prime Minister and their cabinet from power. For it to pass, a simple majority of the House needed to vote in favour. That was a tall order. Rajabaj's party, the SDP, won a landslide in the last election, and his party controlled a majority of seats in the House of Commons. As the leader of the opposition called on the Social Democrats to depose their own leader, the first Secretary of State remained defiant.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the right honourable gentleman opposite is, what's going on between those two ears of his, but I can assure not just him, but this entire House, that every member of Parliament sitting behind me has full and complete confidence in the Prime Minister as both Prime Minister and as leader of the Social Democratic Party. Mr. Speaker, if that wasn't the case, he would not be in that position. He has the confidence of the parliamentary party, of the membership, so he will remain as leader.
At the conclusion of the debate, the Speaker declared the division. As MPs gathered in the lobbies, the votes were tallied and the results were announced.
I'm excited to be by the right 11, the nose to the left 9.
Let's go!
The vote stands. Motion of no confidence has passed. Teller said, I will take the point of order from the Prime Minister before we go on to the general debate.
What is this? What is this?
List subject violations.
The Prime Minister was out, his own government brought down by one of his ministers. As it later turned out, this betrayal was allegedly brought by the leader of the opposition himself. Paul Wright, the Deputy Finance Minister, was still angry at his boss for demoting him after a cabinet reshuffle. According to Paul Wright, Sketchbook promised him his old job back if he changed sides. He obliged. Having lost the confidence of the Commons, Wajir tendered his resignation to the King. On the 21st of August 2025, his arch-rival Sketchbook took the mantle. He would remain caretaker Prime Minister until an election could be held later that month. For the Roblox State of Israel, it was a double victory. Not only had it won the first battle of the war, it had toppled the British government. But Israel wasn't done yet, for it had another trick up its sleeve. You see, the Roblox Mossad didn't just operate in the UK, it operated elsewhere as well. Granting allegations the Mossad was spying on them were entirely founded, and we know this because they had a wiretap of sorts hidden inside the French Foreign Ministry, allowing them to eavesdrop on conversations the French government would have preferred to be kept private.
Yeah, so for the uranium stuff, I want to do that because I can't lie, I'm working on some,
Sanitize the corruption. Fireworks for you.
Okay. So between us, we're kind of working strictly under the international law to integrate our nuclear capabilities from submarine base to more land based as well. So silos, etc. Which is perfectly legal. So yeah, I don't know. We don't even need uranium because we're not building any new. But yeah, it's just for trade, like I said.
On the 17th of August 2025, the Mossad director Rader dropped a bombshell announcement. The Mossad had intelligence confirming that the French government attempted a clandestine infiltration of the United States Congress, intending to influence legislative decisions in favor of French strategic interests. According to Rader, recovered communications indicated senior French officials sanctioned operations targeting members and staffers of the US Congress, placing assets within congressional offices and engaging with third-party lobbyists to advance French policy priorities. The United States may have declared its neutrality, but that position was unacceptable for Israeli officials. One way or another, Israel was determined to drag the United States into war. Feared. That was how allies and adversaries alike described Israel's spy agency, the Roblox Mossad. Under Rader's leadership, the Mossad was empowered to pursue an extraordinary mandate, to spy on virtually every member state of the Roblox United Nations. No nation, friend or foe, was above the Mossad's suspicion. As future Israeli Prime Minister Gad stated before, a lot of countries have paranoia that people joining their groups were Mossad agents and might have banned people for being too suspicious. When French counterintelligence realized that the Mossad had a source within its foreign ministry, it engaged in a frantic search for the mole. Over the course of 2 weeks, they reportedly identified over 8 persons of interest and 23 people under national security legislation. The French government did not skip on fanfare when it finally announced it had caught the mole, posting a highly dramatized video depicting the arrest of its ambassador to the UN, not Robbie.
Okay, well, that's...
Foreign Affairs spokesman Ein Spartan vowed retribution, stating Israel will pay for their offences far beyond human comprehension. It later turned out that the French government got the wrong guy. The Mossad also possessed an extraordinary influence over Israeli domestic politics. On the 30th of July, they launched a coup d'etat with the Defense Ministry to overthrow the sitting Israeli Prime Minister, citing false and highly exaggerated claims that its Prime Minister had issued an unauthorized declaration of war against every nation of the UN. The Mossad unilaterally declared that it no longer recognized the directives of the Prime Minister and suggested that it, or the Defense Ministry, was going to execute the Prime Minister for the purported violations of Israeli basic law. By the time Raider issued their 7th of August press release, though, things had rapidly deteriorated for the Roblox Mossad. For one, its coup had severely destabilized Israeli politics. In the span of a month, Israel saw 5 separate prime ministers as ambitious cabinet members vied for the post. The instability created a crisis of the Mossad's own making. Remember the files that exposed the former British Foreign Secretary? That came about because Newzergs, the outgoing Prime Minister, leaked the files in revenge for his ousting. That, in turn, plunged Israel into a war it didn't want and took out their highest level asset in the UK. Suddenly, the Israeli government was operating in the dark. It no longer knew what the British were planning. 3 days later, something even more disastrous happened. Its Prime Minister, Socha, had defected to France. Disillusioned by the state of Israeli politics, French...
I built a fortress with the express purpose of farming dragons. This is no straightforward activity in Dwarf Fortress, because dragons are exceptionally rare, and only a handful exist in every single world that you generate. And the hardest task of all is figuring out where they are. But I'm here to show you how. So in order to accomplish this, we're going to need to play some adventure mode. You could also cheat by running this command in DFHack with Fortress loaded, but I like to do this the real way. So let's start a new character, and click through all of the character generation as quickly as possible. Then I'm going to run around on the surface of the world, in as many public spaces as possible. You see this text at the top of the screen? These are overheard conversations. They contain rumors. Rumors are knowledge that the player gains in future playthroughs, including when you embark in Fortress mode. One of the things these rumors expose are layers in the overworld. When I check my map, it shows me everything that my character is aware of, including the locations of dragon lairs. Once I'd heard rumors of the locations of several dragons, I retired the adventurer, and I started a fortress in the same world, and settled on one of the caves, inhabited by a dragon. And that's where our story begins, with the Fortress of Dragontrap. The faction that I am playing is effectively dead. It has a very small population. Its king is a refugee, meaning we're going to be fighting an uphill battle for the entirety of this playthrough. But these dwarves have bigger problems, because they're about to land on a fire-breathing powder keg, hence the name Dragontrap. My 7 unremarkable dwarves were given pretty basic skills. I knew I needed a bunch of miners, and of course I needed a mechanic for making mechanisms for traps. For items, I brought nothing but the basics, with one exception. I brought 10 cage traps. These I intended to use to catch the dragon, and with the name of the Silly Fortress set, items selected and the dwarves prepared, I clicked the embark button. And honestly, I was feeling pretty confident that I'd catch this dragon. It was a little bit closer to the wagon than I had initially expected, and knowing that it could kill all of my 7 dwarves with just one single sneeze, I dug underground. And we began channeling out a space for me to move all of my items so that I could seal off access to the surface and catch that damn dragon. The whole process was rather smooth and quick, and time was of the essence, so I began constructing mechanics workshops. These I will use to create mechanisms, so I can turn those cages that I brought with me into traps. Then I instructed the dwarves to dig a little tunnel underneath where the dragon was standing, and filled it up with traps. Once the traps had been constructed and loaded, I told the dwarves to channel up to where the dragon was standing, hoping that it would be tempted by the tasty friable dwarves with a side of yak bacon, which I'd also stashed underneath where the dragon had been standing, and fall into one of my traps. But the dragon seemed to have smelled out my scheme, and refused to enter the tunnels. In fact, it had much more interest in simply torching the yaks when they popped their heads up, instead of actually walking down and into my traps. So I figured I would make some more entrances and hoped that would tempt it. But no goose. The silly dragon was outsmarting me. In fact, I'd already lost 2 dwarves. We were down to 5. from the starting 7. As a Hail Mary, I told the dwarves to channel up in a few more spots, and they were smart enough to run above ground right in front of the dragon, immediately being vaporized. Good job, Purist. At this point, the dragon had gained a taste for dwarven blood, and swiftly rampaged throughout the wagon, burning the remainder of the dwarves. So, as the good YouTuber that I am, I decided to cheat, and quit without saving, and try the whole thing again. After selecting the faction once more, I selected the same little cave in the top corner of the map, replicated the starting items, and pressed embark. The dragon was even closer this time, and this attempt somehow went worse. The dragon out here is just making a campfire and roasting marshmallows, except they're dwarf-shaped, and I'm sitting here tearing my hair out. Well, best try again. We need some more dwarves for the meat grinder. I went through the same process, rebuilt the embark, and this time I saved at the beginning, so I could just reload, like a normal cheater, instead of having to waste 15 minutes every time rebuilding the same loadout. In addition, I placed the starting location in a slightly different spot, hoping that the dragon would be a little bit further away this time. Much to my dismay, it wasn't, but the process remained the same. Dig underground, instruct the dwarves to dig a tunnel, pretend that Yeti isn't there, construct the traps, and then channel up to find the dragon. This time, the dragon immediately torched the first dwarf it saw, as is tradition, and then proceeded to torch the second dwarf that it saw, as is tradition. But as it went to kill the third dwarf, it ran down my ramps and got caught in one of my cage traps. And somehow, don't ask me how, this dwarf survived long enough to be able to witness the dragon caught, knowing that she had succeeded, as she burned to a crisp. Rest in peace, Shorask. The remainder of the dwarves had a simple task. They had to train the dragon. And you might be wondering, why am I going through this whole process of training the dragon? I'm talking about this fortress like it's not going to last very long. Well, you see, this here is one of 2 dragons I'm going to need for this project. The other one lies just slightly to the west on the overworld. Dragons travel within a reasonable proximity of their starting location, being their lair. And these 2 dragon lairs happen to be quite close together. Once I've captured the first dragon and trained it, I'm going to abandon Dragon Trap, and then found a new fortress, with a new name and a new set of starting dwarves. So when this dragon that I've caught decides to attack me, it will already be trained. So now we get to repeat this process again, in a new location, because the dragon's training is complete. It won't be hostile when it arrives, and thus the cycle continues. Let's torch some more dwarves. Not far to the west of Dragon Trap lies another cave. This one has a male dragon in it, unlike the previous fortress of Dragon Trap, which contained a female dragon, meaning if we can successfully catch a second dragon, we'll have a breeding pair, at least whenever that first dragon decides to attack us. But more on that later. For now, the hope is to complete this task without having to restart a bunch of times. Because I do intend to keep this fortress running, unlike the last one, I go with a much more standard embark. Our 7 dwarves have relatively balanced skills. The one thing outside of the norm for me is I included an animal trainer. So once we presumably catch the dragon, and of course, assuming these dwarves are still intact and not piles of burning detritus, we'll be able to train that dragon at a higher speed than we would otherwise. For items, I keep things pretty standard, except I bring a bunch of musical instruments with me, because I have no intention of bringing animals, and I thought the musical instruments would help us lull the dragon to sleep, or at the very least, amuse myself when I do decide to build a tavern. Aside from that, I'm bringing a couple boulders to make mechanisms, as well as a couple cages to make into traps. Very similar to the previous fortress, but less heavy on the trap materials. Lastly, I named this fortress Monsters Mash, because it is the mash, the monster mash. As you can see, a theme in this fortress is beginning to form. I'm hoping to have a variety of different large creatures that we can breed, alongside of the dragons, because I'm assuming we're going to have quite a collection by the end of the fortress. But right now, we have to focus on the task at hand, catching this nuclear firecracker. Unrelated, but look at this guy. We got ourselves a gremlin. If it's enthusiastic about levers, maybe we can catch that as well. No! I'm not gonna get my hopes up though. Anyways, better save before the dragon starts making s'mores. The dragon was happily positioned at the entrance of its cave, so I figured I would block it in. I told the dwarf to make a stonecutter shop to make some blocks, because they're lighter than boulders, and we'd have a higher chance of completing the wall at the entrance of the cave. Alongside of this dragon, there appears to be some eagle people on the map. Well, that's cool. And the dragon seems to be very unhappy about staying inside of its cave. This is probably going to be difficult. But look at that, it moved back up to where I want it. Let's see if we can place that wall. I gave the order to the dwarves to go grab it. I hope that the dragon isn't too hungry at the minute. And good old Thob, the animal trainer, runs up to the entrance of the tunnel, and Madam Dragon blows him a kiss. Hotter than the sun. Whether intentional or not, Thob is now a smoldering mass, along the lines of Calcifer. Rather than wasting my time, I decided to just simply reset, and give it another go. For my second time round, we tried a bit of a different strategy. Instead of going with the stoneworker shop, I had them build a mechanic shop off the bat. I figured instead of doing a direct front-end home renovation for the dragon's cave entrance, I would begin chiseling away at the base of it, and try and tempt her down to where the dwarves are working, instead of the dwarves going straight into her front door. It seems that the dwarves require a bit of a fire escape in order for this to be successful. So I had them build 2 cage traps in front of the entrance, which they completed quite swiftly. Then I swapped over to the mining tool and had them remove her exits, so that her routes in and out of the cave would be minimized. Some of the dwarves even managed to get within sneezing distance, and miraculously, everyone made it out unsinged. The dragon was still very fidgety though, and still had a few ways up onto the higher levels. This needed to be fixed swiftly, but because she was a little bit further away from where the dwarves would be running, I took the opportunity to add additional traps to the front entrance of the cave. Once I started to figure out her habits of where she liked to patrol, things got a lot more straightforward. I did attempt to build a ceiling hole so that she couldn't go up and out the entrance, and this miner here was just a mere beard length away from losing his face and being melted to a crisp. While dragons may love a dwarf flambe, the dwarves don't super appreciate it, and luckily he was able to make a swift escape from the only thing hotter than a Bitcoin miner, even though he clearly was hot enough to lose almost all of the blood in his body and a large majority of his fat. Nothing short of a goddamn miracle. While the dragon was distracted, I instructed other dwarves to continue their constructions and working on the existing ramps, removing even more of the dragon's exits. And then I slowly began adding in walls, so that if the dragon did decide to run out, it had no way of jumping out. It would just have to leave through my cage trap, all the while adding more additional traps. I was also careful to make sure that the majority of constructions weren't in open areas and instead going through diagonals, because as you can see here, the dragon went to go torch our dwarf, but all of the fire was caught in the corner, and then when the dragon went to go fire another blast out the front, it was swiftly caught in one of my cage traps. Flawless. Time to begin constructing the fortress as we await the arrival of our second dragon, at least after we're done deconstructing all of these traps and finding a place of honor for our new imprisoned dragon. We've got a lot of unloading to do, and a lot of exploratory digging to complete. These caves, you see, go all the way down to the cavern layer, meaning I want to block them off as swiftly as possible to minimize the number of troglodytes that could come crawling out, and also expose as much of the metal as possible. As you can see, we have lignite, which is coal, as well as plenty of iron and dolomite, which is a flux, used for making steel. Once we discover the cavern entrance, we place the seal and begin constructing our new fortress. With the dragon's seal complete,
this
our
might
next
be a
task
problem.
was to make sure the dragon was nice and cozy. And while the dwarves carry the several hundred-year-old dragon, which is also incredibly heavy, down into the caves, I've got a few things I would like to bring up. First is the size of dragons, and how long they take to age, and second is how I'm actually going to make sure that the other dragon shows up. Underneath dragon size on the DF Wiki, you can see that at birth they're roughly the size of a fox. When they're 2 years old, they're already the size of a water buffalo. By 10, they're the size of an elephant, and it's only bigger from there. But it does take 1,000 years for a dragon to get to full size, meaning it's incredibly rare to actually find one that is fully grown, making them the second largest creature found on land in Dwarf Fortress. As a side note, there are some updates coming to the game in the next couple of months, which intend to help remedy this, making full-size dragons a possibility without doing some drastic modding or changes to world generation. The 2 dragons that we've seen in this video so far are about 1/3 of their possible size, but they are still giant and more than sufficient for combat. And now that the caged-up beauty of a dragon is now placed in her home, I'm going to talk about how we're actually going to acquire this second dragon. Dwarf Fortress includes difficulty modifiers. These can be adjusted at an extremely granular level, and one of those settings is how we're going to acquire the second dragon. Mega Beast attack period, and then in brackets it says seasons. By default this is set to 10. I'm going to change that number to 1, meaning every single season there is a chance a Mega Beast could attack. Unfortunately, that doesn't necessarily mean the dragon will appear right away, because Mega Beasts are quite a wide variety of different creatures, including giants, minotaurs, hydras, titans, forgotten beasts, and more. And as an added bonus, I'm going to make sure that once we do dig into the cavern layers, it will be open to some sort of combat. The issue here is the game will prioritize Mega Beasts over sieges, even if sieges are quote-unquote available to attack us. So the majority of the fights that we're going to have in this fortress are probably going to be against nature. But that's okay, because we do have a large supply of materials, and migrants are already starting to pile into the fortress. Right off the bat, we get some farming going in the caverns, and begin preparing barrels for our very strong alcohol, which is needed for dwarven survival. The wagon is swiftly deconstructed, and we are moved permanently underground. I quickly expanded the scale of the fortress because while playing adventure mode, I learned that there was quite a few refugees in the area, meaning even though the faction is dead and very small, it was likely that we would get a lot of migrants. Not bad for a little fortress. At the time of recording, there was also a recent patch, which changed how long clothing takes to break down, meaning clothing lasts a lot longer in Dwarf Fortress. So I thought that I would take the opportunity to set up an advanced dye industry, using dimple cups to make midnight blue clothing, something I haven't done in a very long time. I also set up an early armorsmiths and weaponsmiths guild, so that the dwarves could teach the young ones, and the amateur ones, how to use materials better. Since we were already getting more migrants, I accelerated the process of setting up power, so that we could grind those dimple cups and make some dye. I'll go into details on how I completed that industry in a little bit, because right now we had priorities, and that was get water flowing out of the aquifer and set up a metalsmith industry. We were going to need some squads to defend us from the incoming doom of giant monsters. I figured we'd start off with some native gold ore to speed up the process of completing these guild halls. There were a couple rodent men down in the caverns, but thankfully they were only armed with spears. And while my dwarves were mostly armed with their fists, I'd already pumped out a suit of armor or two. And the dwarves overpowered the little rodents due to their minute stature. Short kings or not, they were rather feeble. Something die skated, and we even got some free spears out of it. But unfortunately they were able to kill one of my dwarves, which was, oddly enough, how we discovered them in the first place. So I had to set up my first coffin. It's unfortunate. With the population steadily growing, I completed my first squad, and had them mostly armored in relatively consistent gear, almost entirely steel, and began renovating the entrance to the cave to look a bit more dwarfy. Some seasons had passed, and humans had arrived to trade, so we happily obliged. And the population was scaling up quickly, meaning we would need more bedrooms, and I can finally get into detail about the dyeing industry. First things first, I built a dyer's shop and a loom. The dyer's shop requires a barrel to complete. The loom automatically weaves spider silk into thread, something we had access to thanks to the caves. I also set up 2 stockpiles for thread and for cloth, specifying undyed thread and only dyed cloth, as well as a third for leather, which can also be dyed. I was also today years old when I learned that you could attach mills, which require a millstone and a mechanism, directly to water wheels, negating the need for a mechanism entirely. Pretty cool, huh? I then set up 2 jobs, one for making a bunch of leather bags, and then one for milling dimple cups. You're gonna have to click the little magnifying glass to specify dimple cups, and you'll need the bags so that the dwarves fill the bags up with dimple dye. Once the dimples have been turned into dimple dye, they can then be used to dye the thread, or the cloth or leather, at the dyer's shop. After that, we can reuse the bags. I also added an extra stockpile specifically for dimple cups, and removed them from my food stockpiles. I also decided to specify the dye thread option instead of cloth, and Drekken here was becoming an aspiring dye miller. The whole thing set up a pretty simple cycle. Webs were being automatically collected from the cavern layers and spun into thread. The dwarves would then take that thread and dye it at the dyer's shop. After that, it was spun into cloth and then placed in the stockpile. From there, the cloth could then be changed into whatever we want, because I was able to specify only use dyed cloth. It seems a little tedious when you first start messing with it, but quickly becomes quite easy, especially if you manage to just simply have enough scale that you always have dimple cups around that can be milled into more dye, and you always have enough silk or thread of some kind that can be made into dyed thread. It becomes quite smooth. Anyways, moving on. The dwarves were creating artifacts. We just got a perfect rose quartz. Thank you, Onul. The fortress had grown quite considerably. In fact, we'd reached the Nintendo number. And as with any fortress, I fell behind on bedrooms at all times, so I kept expanding them, and the dwarves were continuing to mine so that we could build more of our needed armor to fight the inevitable threats. And we were going to need a mayor, so I began furnishing some offices, and also included a hospital, which I figured I would need soon. Moments later, we elected a dwarf as mayor, Moma's the gem cut. And it's a good thing I decided to build that hospital, because we were getting attacked by giant polar bears. I know that normal ones are pretty giant, but these ones are a bigger, as well as some polar bear people, which, much to Chad's insistence, I decided to use DF Hack to cheat and force them to join the fortress, for one specific purpose. They wear very different sized clothing than normal dwarves, making them quite difficult to keep clothed and happy. But alongside of that clothing patch was a small tweak, making it so that when you're trading, if you have different sizes of different populations in your fortress, the traders will bring some clothing sized for a percentage of the different sized people. And I plan to test it by clothing these polar bear people with clothing from the trade caravans, presumably making every single furry in the audience cry themselves to sleep. As a spoiler, it was very effective. Every single trader brought a couple things sized for the polar bear people, which is very nice of them. And just like that, we get our first real threat in the fortress. A Minotaur, Riffy-Deppa, Kakwi, a giant humanoid monster at the head of a bull. Good to meet ya, Madam Fugly. Either step into a cage trap or slam yourself on a spear. Whichever you prefer. Turns out what she actually preferred was pummeling old Family Noir to death. Rest in peace, you poor soul. And after splattering that dwarf's innards all over the ground, she then chose death by colliding with my squads, who'd had quite a bit of training time in at this point and cut her to shreds. Shockingly quickly. Should have chose the cage trap, you monster, but catch the next. Things kept moving at a relatively rapid pace. The fortress, the bedrooms continued to expand, and it was starting to look like a proper fortress at this point. We've skipped some time, so the population had risen all the way up to 82, and our clothing industry was quite extensive. The dwarves were loving the high value of the midnight blue dye. And in case you've forgotten, the entire point of this video is to try and catch a second dragon, and make baby dragons. But the game appears to have other plans, and instead of sending a dragon, it sends everything but dragons. And next on its bucket list was a gigantic birdie, referred to as a rock. A great bird of prey so large that it dwarfs many dragons. I see what you did there, game. All beneath its mighty wings shall fear the sky. What if we are beneath its mighty wings with sharp objects? We'll see who wins in a fair fight, bird monster. At this point, I hadn't made up my mind as to whether or not I wanted to keep it or kill it. There were some cage traps set up, and I figured that the squads would get out of the way in time and allow it to get caught. In fact, we had even more time because it kept getting distracted by the cats. I guess it wanted to defend its smaller brethren. We'll give it a nickname. Hello there, Dwayne. And as he made his way down, it quickly became apparent that my soldiers hadn't in fact gotten out of the way in time and stabbed the creature to death. Well, at least we'll have giant turkey legs. Feels better than saying rock legs. Chow down, dwarves. I'm sure there will be more of them to come. Moments later, we decided to throw this giant naked baby giant at her. And thankfully, there was a trade caravan there which stabbed her to death. And they were seemingly somehow very impressed with my fortress, even though I let them get attacked by a giant, accidentally, of course. They were so impressed, in fact, they asked if we wanted to become a barony, become proper members of the realm. Of course, I accepted, and provided the absolute honor to Paddington Bear, one of my polar bear people. Run the fortress with care, oh great Paddington Bear. After that, trading went as normal, and the dwarves remained hopeful that a dragon would arrive. So we began building an enclosure for it, as well as other weird creatures that we decided to catch. But instead, the game fired a forgotten beast at my face. So I readied the dwarves with the spears, and after a brief stabbing match, the dwarves were victorious, and the creature fell. It was promptly butchered and turned into meatballs. The food supply and variety obviously kept the morale up, and the game kept demanding more guild halls. I love this new piece of UI. It's so lovely. It even indicates the value that you have left to construct. Word was spreading quickly about the wondrous Baron Paddington, and their anticipation of acquiring a second dragon, so more migrants continued to arrive. Some of them were very large and had 2 heads and insisted they were a dragon. We did not believe them, so we stabbed them to death and honored the soldiers with nicknames. Forgotten Beasts also claimed that they were dragons. We disagreed. That looked like a hairy scorpion. In protest, we turned them into pincushions. As for the dragon enclosure, it was coming along nicely, and the front door of the fortress was going to need a redesign if I was actually going to catch anything in cage traps. And these bloody giants, please put a shirt on, kept coming in full force. There was whole families of them. Thankfully, the soft tissue of their upper torso was completely uncovered, thus making excellent stabbing practice. Time was passing quickly, and I was turning my fortress into a fashion fortress. Between the blue clothing and the royal value of the tavern and entry halls was becoming obvious it required opulence to tempt a dragon. But instead, what do we get? Another rock! And as always, the rock was legendary, holding many hundreds of kills. And as it flew towards the fortress, I ordered the soldiers drop their weapons and scamper down into the caves, for we had traps prepared this time. And as it made its way into the entrance, I hoped everything was clear. But unfortunately, the rock was able to catch out several creatures who were none the wiser. The first being Orosh, the polar bear woman, who was one of my soldiers. She was returning from a siege, a diplomatic stabbing session as we call it. While we were victorious in that battle, we were not victorious against the Great Bird. Moments later, she fell, and as the beast entered our halls, I hoped it would enter the cage traps, but instead it was distracted by Eurist the Moron. It was at this moment that I understood the creature's anger towards us. We had killed his child. Not only that, his firstborn son, Dwayne Beanpack, the Rock Johnson. The Great Nighthail's fury was let out on Eurist the Stupid, and frankly, we deserve it. But the creature's fury was swift, slaughtering 3, before being tempted by the soft bodies down below and falling directly into one of our traps. I suppose his vengeance on us has been taken, and we shall have our vengeance in the form of chaining him up to create more rocks. I guess it's time for us to make this thing a little bit more secure. It's been an average of 2 attacks per season, and they aren't going to slow down anytime soon. In fact, I'm going to need to expand the hospital and build a doctor's guild to minimize future damage on the dwarves. The corpse pile outside was getting a little large, alarmingly so, but overall morale in the fortress was still grand, and the population had grown considerably. Losses were acceptable if it meant that we could capture the creature of our dreams. A breeding pair of dragons. In the later months, we caught a minotaur, hoping to see what a minotaur calf would look like if we were to catch additional minotaurs. And as the planters expanded and demanded guilds, we clearly disturbed some rocks in our fertile soil. But this time, we were prepared, except for the High Master Hammer Dwarf Meng, who was sound asleep and couldn't hear the alarms. This will be the longest rest of your life, sweet dwarf. The bird, seemingly satisfied with the damage that she'd done, she made her way into the fortress, and once again fell into our traps, only to be placed next to the Minotaur, alongside of her new mate. Hopefully there will be many Dwaynes in the Male Rocks Johnson. Alright, I can't keep this bit up anymore. Let's move on. So I'm just going to sit here and hope for a dragon. That's not a dragon game! Not even close. It could have just stayed forgotten. Why do you have to make this so complicated? One of my dwarves was so enthusiastic about the fighting it brought a cup into battle, and they shredded it rather quickly. Disgusting. The game won't let me rest for a single second. Now it's time to deal with an Etten. Where's the goddamn dragon? It's right next to us on the map. What's going on, dragon? Is your Uber late or something? For full clarity here, it has been almost 7 years of in-game time, and that's no small amount of gameplay. Thankfully, the Etten just ran directly into one of my traps. I didn't even need to turn a burrow on. At least it's well behaved. But we do have some good news after the repeated assaults of things that are not dragons. And that is, we have baby rocks. Not only that, but they are laying multiple sets of eggs. And their babies look like hairless chickens. Chickens have hair, right? I presume so. Anyways, while not all of the eggs that they lay are fertile, the majority seem to be, and we already have 2 young. They lay a batch of eggs once a season, and the extras are turned into either decorations or cooked for food. I give them some additional nest boxes for when the little ones grow up in a couple of years. I guess if I keep working on the dragon's new home, eventually it'll arrive, one can only hope, because our collection has grown considerably. We now have 2 minotaurs, adult and baby rocks, and the aforementioned Etten. We'd also placed our singular dragon in the dragon's home, or its future home. It will live inside of this cage until its mate arrives. And I don't mean that in the Australian mate. And my god, I shouldn't need to say this anymore. That's a Cyclops, not a dragon. I tried to catch this one as well. I thought I'd chuck it in with the collection, but one of my dwarves managed to hack it to death, which is quite impressive actually, considering they had no combat skills and used a pickaxe. Good job, Piglet. You're gonna go down in the annals of history, having killed one of the many Minotaurs and Cyclopses and Ettins that has arrived in this fortress. One day, we will have another dragon, I swear. At least we have a whole lot of rocks. See? More funny chicken things. And a fortress that's looking like a fortress. It's very lively. Almost 250 population. Everybody's happy, except for that guy. I was in the process of completely satisfying our Baron's needs by creating a grand tomb for old Paddington Baron. Get it? Baron? As in polar Baron? Anyways, the multi-headed Ettins portion of the collection was beginning to expand, and I was beginning to expect that we were never going to get another dragon. In fact, after that, we got a Swamp Titan, which also, while cool, isn't a dragon. This one was a big spider-like thing, and the soldiers pretty efficiently put it down. Another year or 2 pass, and it has been 11 years since we embarked in this great fortress. Perhaps after this trading session with the pointy-eared elves, our dreams will come true, and we will see the great, scaly Cyclops. Alright, fine. Either get in a cage or die to my captain. Your choice. I guess it chose die to my captain. Thankfully, we've improved the hospital, so he'll actually recover from his wounds, unlike the many who didn't. Let's not worry about that. More forgotten beasts. This one took some dwarves down with it. As I said, let's not worry about that. The humans have begun bringing wagons because we are a barony, and the scale of our economy was practically unparalleled with anything I've done in a fortress as of late. In order to attract a dragon, you needed immense wealth. At least that's what Tolkien told me, and Shrek, and every other piece of media with a dragon in it. But this was no ordinary trading session. In fact, this was going to prove to be the most important trading session of this fortress. A trading session that I had trained for a very long career. 10 or so years, give or take. And this was a very momentous occasion. A grand occasion. One of the most important sessions of trading that this fortress would ever do. I wasn't quite prepared for what was about to happen. The hunting dragon Olsmo Angonto Tosamu Uslot has come. But we'll name her
working
Trogdor,
with you.
a gigantic reptilian creature. It is magical and can breathe fire. These monsters live for thousands of years. The dragon has arrived, but it is a dragon attack unlike any other. There's no need for spears or cages, just simply a brave animal trainer to go greet the stray dragon, who is semi-wild, having retained her training from the starting 7 dwarves. Because my dwarves, meaning me, immediately fell in love with the beast, we gave her a nickname, Trogdor, the Burninator, who will now occupy this circular room, right next to her future mate, and will be provided with nest boxes and a personal trainer. Once she's been pastured, she can begin laying eggs. And the first set that she laid were not fertilized. I guess she hadn't properly gotten to know her future, I'll still say future, mate. You better fertilize that next set. I'm watching you with great interest. If I need to give them examples, I can just show them the rocks. See, they're doing fine. We have multiple full-grown ones already. Anyways, time to make an omelet. In fact, they're so enthusiastic, more are arriving. But it's almost like they know exactly where the cage traps are now, and they just dive straight in. It's kind of nice. Now, where were we? Omelets. Wait, no. I mean, dragons. I guess it's time to wait 3 months until they lay another set of eggs. Until then, I have a pan heating up. But of course, first there's going to be a whole bunch of forgotten beasts. And honestly, this one's kind of adorable. I'm intentionally keeping the cavern levels open so that the forgotten beasts do have access to the fort, mostly for my own entertainment. And in this case, to help keep the livestock count down. I'm mostly keeping it open for 2 reasons. The first being it's entertaining to fight them, and the second is I really want to fight the spoilers. You'll know what I mean when we get there, which is why you need to keep this video on your second monitor and fall asleep, so I get the maximum runtime. There now. You didn't hear that. I am not in your mind, nor am I reading it. Go back to bed. Just don't forget to unpause. Unlike dragons, rocks grow up extremely quickly and reach their maximum size after just 1 year, also allowing them to multiply, meaning the population is about to have an absolute explosion. The best part is, just like dragons, they can be trained for hunting and war. If I train them for hunting, they'll go around the map and kill animals for me, and can be manually assigned as pets. If I train them for war, they're also assignable as pets, and will follow my military off-map to invade enemy military positions. We're going to take full advantage of this. I also noticed something a little bit strange. Trogdor is a member of the Bolt of Toes. I'm actually not sure whose government that is, because it's not mine. Weird. But regardless, I'm just waiting for their babies to hatch. And it wouldn't take long, because just a few weeks later, I was culling the duck population and noticed 2 stray baby dragons. Oh my god, I've finally done it. I feel the need to explain how exciting this was and is for me. I have played Dwarf Fortress since 2009, and this is the first time I've witnessed a baby dragon. This is also the first time I've successfully managed to breed dragons. Somehow every other time I've gotten a pair of dragons, one of them has been gay. And back then, because they didn't have baby varieties and were considered adults at birth, they previously could not be tamed. But now they can. These baby dragons are tameable. And we're going to have a tame army of dragons, at least once the mom and dad have more babies. And of course, we wait 10 years for these babies to grow up. Time to play the waiting game. And remember, mom and dad, make more babies, fertilize those eggs, or I'm making omelets. The Forgotten Beasts tried to ruin my party. It wasn't very successful. And the dragons were listening to my instructions. Clearly, they weren't a fan of my omelet constructions. And unlike the dragons and the rocks, I was having no luck breeding the minotaurs and entons. I'd also caught some giants, but all they did was kind of get upset and get annoyed and not be pleased about their situation instead of making babies. But when I was playing at the time, I didn't realize this, so I kept them around. But eventually, I give up and use them as dragon bait. We'll get there when we get there. For right now, I'm staring at these fertile eggs. And making omelets. The fortress was really coming into its own at this point. Since we were training dragons and learning how to tame them, I decided it was time to build a library to preserve that knowledge. And more babies were hatching. Things were good. My dragon's population was now 5 young and 2 adults. The adults could never be fully tamed and would need to be retrained periodically, so we needed to keep a supply of meat. Thankfully, I had plenty of livestock to stab to pieces, and I can never understate the amount of forgotten beasts that we were butchering. I also wanted to increase the overall wealth of the fortress to properly suit the dragons that we had. I was also hoping that we would find some hydras at some point, which also require a very high level of value. I wasn't sure how many of them were left in the world, and I was hoping to get another breeding pair if I got lucky. I also had to keep digging deeper, because as I previously mentioned, I wanted to fight the spoilers, and thus we'd have to expose it. I knew where the entrance was, that mysterious wall studded with gems, several layers beneath this area that we're digging out, but we'll get to that fight when we get to it. For now, we had trading to attend to, and humans to impress. I'm sure they found my giant birds intimidating. We considered this a bargaining tactic. At this point, I had the trading depot set up in the fortress itself. I would later move this due to some accidents with the dragons. Totally not my fault, of course, but it's something I felt I'd mention because it's gonna move. Deep digging was progressing quickly. In fact, we were starting to find green diamonds, and dwarves were becoming campfires. Strange. Should probably try to avoid that, but no matter. At least there's plenty of other dwarves where they came from. This one was the first one to die to the big entrance of the spoilery fun stuff. It's a shame, really, but because you were first, you get a cool memorial. Hope you're happy. I know I am, because I get the gems, and all that lava spilling out means it's time to adjust the strategy ever so slightly. We're gonna dig above, instead of channeling directly into it, and then after we're done trading, I'm going to fill this area up with a glass floor so that we can see what's underneath it, and dig a little bit safer. After all, we do have plenty of time before those dragons grow up. The trading itself was pretty smooth, and the dwarves were very impressed with our amazing stature, and rose us up to a higher level in society. Around this point, the king himself showed up, and lauded our efforts with compliments. Thank you, king. And I do wonder if these rocks are related, because they keep arriving and trying to attack me. They should know better by now. Their friends and family keep on not coming back. Well, at least they jumped directly into the cage. That's very polite of them. I was trying to get my glassworking industry up and running, but this forgotten beast distracted me. But it's okay. One of my favorite militia dwarves, Rookie, decided to solo him. You make it look so easy, dwarf. The other thing that the traders were impressed with was the extensive nature of our clothing industry. There was so much dyeing in the fortress, it was beginning to seem just like a standard feature. Probably just a sign of dominance. Not only that, but it must have been such an efficient sign of dominance, combine that with our wealth exporting, that my faction constructed a hillocks nearby. These are surface forts, built by peasant dwarves and merchants. They do contain people that you can request as workers, who are helpful in times of need. For the game's overall simulation, they provide food for the area. Very handy to have. And they appointed a bunch of leaders as well. They called their group the Gear of Slaughter. That's kind of badass. The dragons were kind of dragging their feet, and not being anywhere near as efficient with the baby making as I wanted. Unfortunately, the ducks on the other end of the map kept claiming all of the nest boxes, so I kept on having to rebuild them, which was getting a little bit annoying considering the ducks had their own nest boxes. Share, you guys, come on. At least the dragon's home looked really cool. The Forgotten Beasts must have agreed because they really wanted to move in. This one breathed fire, which made it kinda scary, to be honest. And after running in and burning a couple wild animals, it decided to just run away. I guess it had smoke in its eyes. We were very vulnerable. It could have done a lot more damage to us. And it's a good thing it ran off too, because I was suddenly very distracted by multiple things. You see, this one-eyed bandit decided to arrive and attack us. This one also had some really cool artifacts in its inventory, and it began beelining its way towards my fortress. So I had to split my view portal between flooring off the lower levels so that we could fight the fire beast without the ground burning, while staring at this cyclops. Thankfully, it was able to get caught in a cage, and did so before the Forgotten Beast got back. While that might seem convenient, it was extremely stressful. Most of the caverns were smoldering, and I was doing my best to make some makeshift battlements so that my Marks dwarves could shoot it while it was down in the water. I was very worried that this Forgotten Beast would do a lot of damage to me, which is why I was shocked when a dwarf showed up dead. The beast hadn't done anything. How did that dwarf die? Turns out, it was bit by a helmet snake, which are rather small cavern creatures that have a very deadly paralyzing poison. A single bite from one of these snakes is instant death. There's no way around it. So, congratulations. You died to the small threat that you could have killed by kicking. At least you didn't burn to death, I suppose. Although suffocating is probably pretty bad as well. Rest in peace. Underground renovations for the Forgotten Beast fight were underway. I was digging out space so that my Marks dwarves could shoot, and continuing to put flooring pieces down. I was also scheming something. I wanted to see just how effective my dragons would be against mega beasts as well as other creatures, so I was preparing some tests in the background. But eventually the Forgotten Beast got it into its head that it would be a good idea to attack us. We should rename this thing the Forgetful Beast. But it actually outsmarted me. It came in the side entrance that I didn't know existed, and began setting the grass on fire exactly as I hoped wouldn't happen. Not only did it kill a bunch of my livestock and cause a bunch of burning, it also ambushed me while I was still doing the constructing side of things. It was a bit of a massacre. We lost most of our farming, and the creature filled up my exits with smoke, blocking their access from the dwarves. In a panic, I suspended as many jobs as I possibly could to try to get the dwarves to leave if they weren't there already. But thankfully, some of my dwarves were listening, mostly the Marks dwarves, who were filling it up with steel bolts. Several of the bolts had pierced the creature's lungs and it could no longer breathe, meaning it was just a matter of time before it would suffocate. But even though it was severely injured, it wasn't going down without a fight and continued to thrash and cause the dwarves to burn, until it inevitably collapsed. But the losses were pretty intense, so we only had one option: begin making gravestones, or be overrun with ghosts. I had to renovate the gardens down below. Of course, we had backup farms, but these were the majority of my food output, and I wasn't ready to let them go. Things went back to normal for a bit in Monster Smash, at least as normal as they could be. However, the decor was becoming more and more coffin-oriented, and even though the fight ended quite some time ago with that flaming beast, fires were still smoldering. You could hear the crashes of the burning trees crumbling down in the depths. Thankfully, things more or less returned to normal, aside from the occasional crashing tree down below, and the dragons were continuing to create more young and fertilize eggs. But I wanted to see just how effective they were at killing those megabeasts, as previously mentioned. So I'd put an Etten in a cage connected to a lever inside of their enclosure, and then had a dwarf give that lever a pull to release the Etten. Now, you might think the game is paused, but it's not. The Etten is simply petrified and wallowing in misery. You see, she's been in prison for a while, so we'll just give her a second to get her wits about her. Once she pops into being and realizes that she's been freed, she stands up, is relieved after being released from confinement, and is immediately turned into blue fire. Not only that, one of my dragon hatchlings bites it in the right head, which tears the left cheek in their right head. The same dragon hatchling then claws it, and it would only take a few seconds and another blast of fire for the Etten to be gone entirely. We're going to have to set up a defensive system with these things, at least just for beasts and monsters. I don't know how they'd fare against an army though, because they're kind of glass cannons. Maybe not right now, but for sure when they get a little bit bigger. I'm also getting the feeling that I should turn some of my rocks into war rocks, because almost none of their eggs are fertilized anymore. I don't think it has anything to do with all of the sulfur in the air from the lava either. Somehow, with all the chaos, the elves aren't horribly pissed off at me. You see, they don't like it when you chop down trees. I guess they don't consider burning down trees to be chopping them down, because it does generally leave the trunk intact. Fascinating. I guess I'll take the giant animals that they bring for trading, when they bring them. You'll probably see those giant bears occasionally. That's theirs. No, that's not a giant bear. That's a forgotten beast. And another one that decided to attack my fortress. You see, if it had more than one brain cell, it would have realized that was a bad idea. But it didn't realize that was a bad idea, so we cut it to pieces. My strategy of building glass on the upper floors to dig too deep was paying off. You see, I was finding these strange holes, pockets of air almost, inside of the mysterious wall studded with gems. Whenever I would spot those, I would dig around them on the layer below, and then smooth those areas up, and then chisel holes in the sides. This would expose whatever was on the inside, which in some cases was cool items, gifts from the gods, if you will, and in other cases were horrible murder monsters that wanted to rip my face off. Thankfully, they were stuck behind a very thick fortification and sitting ducks. I would then take their items, if they had any, and melt them down, which went into the pile with all my other bars. Also of note, we got attacked by Jagna, who was a werewolf from a fortress that I played in this world about 50 years ago in-game. Kind of wild when that happens. It's unfortunate that he chose this fortress, though, because yes, he was able to do some damage to my dwarves. The only dwarf he bit, he killed. That was Nomald. Sorry, dude. And shortly after, my soldiers arrived and killed the iguana rather swiftly. It was a short battle, a rather anticlimactic one even. Goodbye, poor dwarf. I hope your life in the world sim was a pleasant one. I threw him into the egg scrambler and moved on with my life, which consisted of waiting a lot of time and trading and invading the goblins, because I'd finally trained my rocks to be used in the military, and they were very good at it. We also gave them appropriate combat names, such as Dwayne, Rocky, Pebble, and Purple Dwayne. Very original, I know. The population of giant rocks that I had in the fortress was getting so intense that I was butchering them as a source of food, as well as training and producing many more. They'd officially become the world's largest chickens. But you know what I don't have in the fortress yet? Hydras. Ted has arrived, a giant dragon-like monster with 7 biting heads. Unlike rocks and dragons, these give birth to full-grown young, which is a positive and also a negative. It's positive because they breed and multiply extremely quickly. It's a negative because they can't be trained for war. But they're still aggressive and will attack things, if put in a situation where they feel threatened. And just like the rocks, and Ettins and giants, it walked directly into my trap. Thank you, Beast. And this could have been avoided. I wasn't paying attention, clearly. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. This one was just plain funny. It was a spider made of steam, which was unceremoniously killed by Awaklost, who hit it with a pick, causing it to explode. Good shot, dwarf. And let's not forget the Forgotten Beasts, which were still an active, going concern. My military was so large, I had plenty to spare. Some were hanging around the caverns, some were hanging around the surface, and the rest were simply invading the goblins. The goblins were quite threatening, but they were no match for my incredible forces, rocks, and soon-to-be armies of dragons. They worked like a treadmill. They They'd come back from a siege,
Я
and I'd immediately
знаю.
put them on another task and send them back out. I was getting pretty efficient at this. Efficient enough that by the time the goblins did start invading me, they barely even had any armies. It was actually kind of sad. Their soldiers were armed, but with very weak weapons, and almost none of them had armor. While they were always able to take out a handful of my dwarves, it was kind of a non-fight, and we would inevitably steamroll them. So I decided it was about time to build a more effective front door, fill it up with dragons, and actually use the creatures that we'd acquired as some form of defense. Especially considering most of the time my military wasn't even entirely on the map, and my dwarves were too busy digging deeply and greedily to join the military. And it's a shame that no matter how skilled a dwarf is with their pickaxe, they're still susceptible to burning. A walk lost their life in the caves that day. A damn shame. But at least you didn't die to a goblin. You died with honor. I let a whole year pass behind the scenes while we continued to invade the goblins, because we've just completed our front door, and this Cyclops thinks it's a very good idea to invade us. They must not have much depth in their vision, because this is clearly a terrible idea, especially right now. As the creature wanders into our freshly paved new front gate and crosses over the threshold through the door, they are greeted by curly, adorable, reptilian thermite, and it was very effective. Similarly effective was our efforts digging deeply and greedily over the past year, as we'd reached adamantine, raw adamantine, and we were getting close to the point where we just need to build a throne to become the mountain home. But the Cyclopses kept attacking, and the demons kept coming through cracks in the walls, and the dragons kept burning, and the dwarves kept smelting, and the king is pleased, forging spears out of mythical metal. But I was about to have to make a hard decision. It might be time to get rid of some of my pets. You see, the rocks were too great in number to maintain training on all of them, and some of them reverted back to being wild, and executed the entirety of my bird population. The ironic thing is I named this one Freebird. I had to send in the military to put down the creature. Thankfully, if they've been trained and were pastured, they remain pastured when they become wild again. They just simply attack everything that enters. Poor thing. It didn't really know what it was doing after all. At this point, hubris and casualties aside, I didn't care. I just wanted to keep digging. And the dragons kept burning, and the sieges were getting a bit more intense. I had to back up the baby dragons, as they were quite fragile during sieges. It is worth noting that while they do breathe fire on mega beasts and monsters, they don't breathe fire on enemy sieges. My theory behind this is that because there's a siege happening, the game assumes that there's soldiers in the mix. So once they've been tamed, they aren't going to obliterate your military during a siege, which is good and bad. It would be good to have giant flamethrowers, but it's also nice to have your dwarves fighting alongside of the dragons, which I took full advantage of. And it was that time of year again. Time to trade once more. Trading went by without a hitch, and thankfully was over and done with by the time the next Cyclops arrived, which I was kind of gambling with, to be honest, because it wouldn't be too difficult for them to miss slightly and... sorry, Toasted Shambo. I didn't want you to have to live up to your name. Where was I? Right. It wouldn't be too hard for the dragons to accidentally sneeze a little further than they intended and burn the trading depot. But that's a risk I'm willing to accept for the minute, because we'd acquired something that I had been waiting a very long time for, a female Hydra. I quickly locked the doors so that it would get caught in one of my traps, and it was very effective, because soon after, we had a trained Hydra, which we locked up near its new mate. Have fun, kids. Make some babies, please. And Hydras have a habit of making twins and triplets a lot. Worst case, they'll work as a very efficient source of meat. Best case, I'll figure out some way to use them in combat. Perhaps I'll use them to fight the endless onslaughts of forgotten beasts. Or alternatively, I could use the dragons for that. Because for the most part, my dwarves are pretty good at taking things out. Such as this Titan, who was killed by a Marks dwarf. But there's just something satisfying about watching a creature run unknowingly into the baby dragons and immediately blasted with a wave of searing fire. The friendly fire is a little bit of a problem though, best not worry about it. And those goblins still seem to think it's a good idea to invade me. You'd think they would have gotten the idea by now. As the ambushes and snatchers arrived, the dragons did their best to rip them apart, as I moved the military up to assist. This was a close one, and some dragon blood was spilled. Thankfully, none of them died, but there were more close calls than I would like to admit. My military arrived quick enough, and thankfully none of the baby dragons perished, but there was still more goblins patrolling the surface, and I decided to just send the soldiers to go clean up the remainder, and they did so, with brutal efficiency. As the fighting calmed down, I received a notice that my Hydras had made some children. Excellent. They're a very heady bunch. I decided to take the extras and put them into this cage, because keeping them trained was going to become difficult rather quickly, so I had to stay on top of their numbers. And as always, the Titans continued. I mean, I was sieging the goblins, but the Titans decided to attack me instead of the goblins. This one had webs, which made it quite the threat. However, we saw just how effective Dragonfire is against Silk, and we get our first glimpse at the destructive force of Dragonfire, obliterating the door, the bridge, and the trading depot entirely, as well as the Titan and all of its remains. Holy crap. Naturally, I decided I should probably build a better entrance, just somewhere that my traders could trade and be sealed off in case of creature invasion. Enough of the unnecessary risks, we were digging too deep, and I think it came out quite nicely, to be honest. Aside from sieges, I needed the front of the fortress's defense to be pretty much automated, same with the cavern layers, so I stationed a couple baby dragons in each, and while they did let random wild animals in, like this giant ox, any monsters were turned into toast. My dwarves were too busy dealing with the creatures down below, and continuing to dig deeper, but there were some creatures that my soldiers had to fight, such as this demonic overlord from the Great Underworld, the Lime Fiend Isen Newtwood, the Sepia Fiend, an ancient and horrible demon which escaped from the underworld at the dawn of time. It became the master of the last evil, which is the goblin faction that we've been fighting with, and it brought the dark forces of Gearspider, which I had been ravaging for the past several years. And once again, the army was pretty mid. The demon itself put up a good fight. The baby dragons did a good deal of damage to them, killing many of their soldiers, but it only took one dwarf, who went by the name Comet Colossus, for he had killed several bronze colossi in the past. Comet soloed the beast, toppling the leadership of the goblin military. I knew that they would be scattered, so it was time to begin conquering them properly. And so with my next siege, I instructed them to destroy sites and conquer and occupy. The soldiers that remained were mostly Mark's dwarves, stationed in the deeps, waiting for creatures to emerge. And of course, the Forgotten Beasts. But the fights continued, until finally, a glorious moment. Lifting the curtain a little bit, a patch released, which added actual diplomacy options into Dwarf Fortress. These are attached to the Messenger, which is an assignable role. I sent out a messenger and demanded the goblins surrender. And to my surprise, they did. Although I had killed literally thousands of them, so maybe that greased their desire a little bit. Having lessened the threat of the goblins, I figured it was time to properly assault the underworld. And this required some experiments. I was going to take the dozens of hydras in the cage and place it near where I assumed the entrance would be, and attached it to a lever, so I could release them all simultaneously. I also positioned a dragon near the entrance as well, because I wanted to know if they were dragon fire-proof or not. The dwarves chipped through the last of the adamantine brick walls, and horrifying screams echoed from the darkness below. The dwarves trembled, and some of them even dropped their picks, in utter shock and awe. Whines and cries from the great underworld echoed throughout the fortress, and even the dragons trembled. They knew they had discovered a great threat, but they weren't entirely sure what they were in for. The menagerie of creatures from the depths made their way towards the surface, and the dwarves retreated to the safety of the upper walls, leaving the hydras behind as their first line of defense, and orders were given to release the remainder of the beasts, and to seal the gates, and man the bolt throwers. Somehow I managed to put a hostile cave dragon into this cage. I have no recollection of doing that, but it died immediately upon emerging. And the clown car was released, and my Hydra box was also ready and waiting. Flame monsters, great beasts of fire, emerged first, and instantly caused all of the animals in the region to erupt into flames. Some of them were able to do damage. As they bled, the steam of their evaporating blood extinguished some of the flames. And thankfully, creatures of this size have immense amounts of blood. So while engulfed in flame, they were as effective as a sitting duck. Once extinguished, they could get a few hits in, and some of the demons began to fall. But, as if it was inevitable, the demons broke through and made their way to the upper levels. But I had instructed my dwarves to fire at will, an order which they obliged graciously.
An opportunity served on a skill trip play. Then right, come on. Pretty lively here. Perfect position.
As the second and third orders to reload had been given, the caverns went silent for a moment. Was this victory? Had the dwarves succeeded? The silence passed swiftly, and more creatures began to emerge, and met with the few remaining hydras that I had positioned as defense, and actually reached the dragon in time. It was at this point that I learned that most of them are, in fact, immune to dragon fire. A damn shame. More creatures emerged, which we later began to call eyeless demons. Great towering birds with deadly dust. And the dwarves continued to act as a firing squad for as long as our ammo supplies would last.
You'll need to try harder next
I should have just presumed that the demons wouldn't be affected by dragon fire. I didn't check the wiki. I was being hopeful. Obviously, these blobs made of fire wouldn't be affected, but I had some hope for the fleshy ones. Oh well. At least the bolt throwers are earning their pay. The biggest threats were the eyeless demons, the bird guys with dust. The fire creatures exploded after getting hit by a singular bolt, and the quantity over precision of the bolt throwers, while effective, simply helped the Marks dwarves land the killing blows on many of them. And I guess all the commotion made this one Minotaur decide now would be a good time to attack. He was not correct, and the fighting continued for quite some time. But eventually, the noise went silent as the final beasts fell. The deadly dust that the eyeless demons project causes projectile vomiting, which doesn't affect the accuracy of my bolt throwers, but does upset the dwarves quickly. Since their numbers had dropped, it was time to begin the head-on assault. I positioned my soldiers near the entrance of the underworld, and the dwarves entered, wading through the viscera and corpses. Lamox led the attack, followed by my many dozens of legendary soldiers, each with hundreds of kills to their name. All we had to do was seal off the underworld and remove the hole that my miners had created, so that we could chisel away the rest of the adamantine that lined the tunnel. The dwarves had began dying of their injuries, a few infections. The hospital wasn't even that far away from the entrance, but casualties were inevitable. More eyeless demons emerged, the soldiers challenging them head-on, vomit and gore being flung left and right. But the dwarves stood firm, and the beasts fell. They moved down towards the entrance as more devils emerged. The ashen insects were fragile, but if a dwarf got hit, they flew to pieces. The numbers of casualties began to increase. Some even tumbled down into the underworld, but many would live to tell the tale. As the final brick was put into place, all became still. It was time to clean up the grim tunnels, memorialize the dead, and collect the remainder of the riches, and prepare for the next assault. And also fight some forgotten beasts, I guess. Some things never end, or change. My military was battered, but still mostly intact. This beast had webs. In order for us to be successful against it, my soldiers would have to get to the caverns before it did. But unfortunately, I was too late. By the time the soldiers had reached the creature, it was already in the stairwells. The losses were too great to fully comprehend. Our mayor was ripped to shreds, and for a moment, I thought the fortress would fall. Until they were able to surround the beast and knock it unconscious for a brief moment, and the dwarves pummeled it to death. This wasn't the first nor the greatest threat to the fortress's safety, but it required desperate measures. I informed the local hillocks that we needed workers, and sent my messenger to complete the request. And before they arrived, we'd already prepared hundreds of additional coffins, which we would surely need in time. Because it wouldn't take long before all of the adamantine that remained had been cut down and mined. We would soon go deeper and challenge the ancient evils buried within the gems. No threat was too great for Monster Smash. The majority of the infant dragons had finally reached adulthood, and were continuing to valiantly defend the fortress. And they continued laying eggs. The humans from nearby wanted to know what the commotion was, and brought their wagons in for cautious trading. They felt the earthquakes from miles away. But we assured them that everything was well, and trading went as normal, because unknown to the humans, they were standing upon a great danger. Dwarves had chiseled back into hell, mined additional adamantine. They had positioned Marks dwarves a layer above, ready and waiting to shoot anything that comes through those gaps. With a crack opened in the adamantine walls, I gave the orders to place more bricks on the entrance to hell. And for a moment, everything remained quiet, but it wouldn't take long for the creatures to begin their journey towards the fortress once more. And an explosion of dust leapt from those walls, and dwarves began to ricochet around with the force, colliding with walls and dying on the impact. But the dwarves had numbers to their advantage now, and the beasts fell as soon as they emerged. We were going to block that entrance, if it was the last thing the dwarves do. Many of the dwarves were braver than they had any right to be, climbing down into hell itself to fend off the demons as they came up towards the unsuspecting miners, valiantly flinging themselves down to the slave floor. The dense gravity down below killed them as they moved, and the ones that were unlucky enough to survive were killed by ricocheting debris.
No big deal.
The beasts continued to enter the tunnel, but the soldiers held the line. and
Pretty
some
lively
Cyclops
here.
thought it was a good idea to
Haven't seen
attack.
it all.
I didn't even look at it. I'm sure the dragons got this. Perhaps I was overzealous. Perhaps this was a mistake. But the dwarves held the line. Rookie was losing blood and was going to fall. Dumat was nauseous, faint, and bleeding heavily. Knees are weak. Mom's spaghetti. And our legendary Spearmaster Eric, commander of our second squad, died that day in the tunnels. But Logim, the armorer, was carrying some bricks, because things had gone silent, and as swiftly as she arrived, Logim walked the hole. It was time to continue digging. Hell was falling. The dwarves could smell victory, but the final assault was yet to come.
Great. Time for the professionals to take over.
But a new problem was the frame rate was dropping. Now this was confusing. I wasn't totally sure why this was happening. And then I realized those eyeless devils kept making triplets. And there was a lot of them. And I apologize for this next bit, because the quality is significantly lower. Apparently I forgot to record this VOD, meaning I'm using the direct download from YouTube, which looks like butts. My apologies for the lower quality in the next little bit, and my dumb face that might appear in the corner. Anyways, where was I? Right. What I did was I dug 2 really long tunnels, took the new batch of hydras that I had been breeding over the past few months, down and stuck them in the tunnels. Once inside, I released Hell once more, and let the absolute absurd Congo line of demons run through, which my bolt throwers barely even put a dent in. And then they entered my tunnel. Hopefully Irvad here lives up to her name and runs real quickly, because you gotta make it to that exit. Once the last of them had entered the tunnel, we shut the gates, and they began fighting with the rocks. And soon after, the hydras. The rocks fell so quickly that they almost weren't even worth noting. The hydras, however, held up a bit of a better fight. They did better than the initial fight versus those flaming creatures, but their numbers were too great, and the hydras fell. Once every last hydra had been killed in the tunnel, all of the demons were sealed inside. They had no way out. So I chiseled out the ceiling above and connected it to a support, while the remainder of my dwarves did their best to lower the numbers of creatures that were still trying to emerge. Once the structure was completed, Aitun here was given the order to give the lever a pull to collapse the cavern. And it worked pretty effectively, maybe a bit too effectively, because you see, it went through some layers I wasn't expecting, and released new threats. And on top of that, I missed a chunk of it, which didn't kill all of them. It did kill the majority, though. Nothing my military can't handle. There were more casualties, of course, but the majority of those demons that were remaining were heavily injured, and the dwarves were able to best them. Heroes on this day. You make the king proud. And the stupidity of the Cyclopses never seems to end. Perhaps it's limitless. But with the Congo line of eyeless demons cleared, Hell went rather silent. And I built a series of stairs down to the slayed ground. Once it was completed, of course, some creatures came running, those that couldn't fly, and enter the fort themselves. But they fell swiftly. The soldiers that survived the battles had become hardened with age.
Heist competition. First, let's hear a few words from the organizer. Giovanni Dvorak.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Stellaris Nomads, the new DLC that allows you to bin off the whole building an empire and instead roam the galaxy as a nomadic warlord. But today, we're going to become the greatest pirate the galaxy has ever seen. By subjugating our neighbors, stealing entire economies, and becoming a great Khan, we can use our new power to become filthy rich, sacrifice millions to an interdimensional horror, all while breaking the game. Before we go any further, this video is sponsored by the kind folks over at Paradox, and Nomads is available to pick up today if I haven't messed up this release. The first thing we had to do was make our empire, and out of all of these amazing choices, we're going to pick the appropriately named Give Me Your Wallet. Its capital being Please Don't Make This Harder Than It Has to Be, and the star system, I Have a Family to Feed. All you really need to know is that we're a nomadic band of fanatic militarists who hate everyone, and that we like stealing stuff. Oh, and for the fun of it, we have an aristocratic class to pander to. Loading into the game, we don't start with any planets, but instead we have an arc ship. More specifically, we had a military arc ship, and taking a closer look at it, it's basically our colony, shipyard, military, and science ship. Throughout the game, we'll be able to specialize it by adding things like a Devastator cannon, but for now, it's just pretty basic. Unpausing the game, we were met with a wall of text explaining that we had finished installing the hyperdrive, but we still have a handful of faults throughout the ship. To remove them, we had to complete some missions which steered us towards exploring the galaxy. I have to admit, some of these debuffs really sucked, so we should probably get them done as quickly as possible. So, having a little look around then, I noticed that the only faction we were aware of was a band of marauders. This is because I picked the Heirs of the Khan origin, one of the new ones that involve us becoming the Great Khan and conquering the galaxy. Starting with completing this mission, or contract, to disrupt some usurper activity, which we did by consuming them. For those wondering, the story behind this origin is that we were the heir to the Khanate. However, we were betrayed. Now on the run, we have to gather our strength to reclaim the throne, while actively dodging hit squads. While on the topic of new stuff, our logistics ships were able to build way stations, but we'll talk about them a little later, and they were also able to harvest systems for their resources, which for now wasn't too impressive, but later on it got a little ridiculous. Anyway, it didn't take us long till we found our first alien civilization, but since we haven't deciphered their language, they'll be referred to as the Iota Menace. This didn't stop us from being able to explore inside them, where I made the decision to take supremacy as our first tradition. This will give our military a whole load of buffs, which will be very handy because the first thing we're going to do is form a relationship with the Xeno scum. The type of relationship where I'm going to be receiving their resources, that is. Obviously, we had an advantage in the early game since we had a massive military arc with nearly 1,000 fleet power, so we should probably start invading people. Naturally then, I began spamming corvettes while my envoys worked tirelessly to crack the language. A process that involved kidnapping some of them, cutting one open, and then waving the organs in front of the others until they translated for us. It should be to no one's surprise then that after the procedure, they started shooting us on sight. Seeing this as an opportunity, I destroyed their fleet and blew up their shipyard before officially discovering them. Well, they didn't exactly have anything pleasant to say to us. We will not rest until we have avenged the torrents who found their deaths on your operating tables. Yeah, alright buddy. You and what fleet? With the pleasantries out the way, I declared war on them with the goal of turning them into a tributary. This will force them to pay 30% of their basic resources to us, and over time we'll be able to renegotiate this contract and steal up to 75% of them. So I got to work bombing their capital, where we had the option to use indiscriminate bombardment, which targets both military and civilian targets. Once a majority of their defending armies had been wiped out, we landed our own armies and took the planet, forcing the Torrent Republic to bend the knee. I actually hadn't looked at their ethics before declaring war on them, and it turns out they're fanatic militarists who love the environment and just wanted to build stuff. Well, good news for them, I found them a new job which involves building me an economy. Safe to say they weren't too happy about this, so it probably wouldn't be a terrible idea to try and restore relations. And oh boy, did we have a lot of work to do, as we were sitting on a comfortable minus 1,304. Good luck, single envoy. I have faith in you. To maximize our profits, we're also going to build a way station in their system. Way stations are kind of like outposts, except they don't claim the system. They're also how we harvest resources, which then a logistics ship or our ark will have to pick up. Since we're running the Void Reaver Civic, we're able to build pirate hideouts, which will steal 1.5% of their monthly production. I'll be completely honest, right now, this kind of sucked, as we were stealing a whole 0.08 alloys and like 0.15 food. A little later on, I would build a Reaver Stronghold, which, if I'm reading this right, increases our pirate hideouts production by an additional 1.5%. Finally, we can also build a Tribute Vault, which, at the cost of a little bit of loyalty, will steal even more resources. In the meantime, I spammed some foundries on our ark to give us some more precious alloy production. I also completed the missions to remove these horrible debuffs and had my logistics ships harvest systems for their resources, a few of which may have accidentally been the torrent systems, souring our relations even more. Oh, and the Marauders sent some bounty hunters after us. Allegedly. Anyway, while I was doing all this, I was also preparing for our next war south against a faction of explorers, who wanted to do nothing more than better themselves with technology, and after a little convincing, donate their resources to me. Now with two factions under our belt, this pushed our operational reserves to high, allowing me to switch from balance to burning resources, which gave us a handful of buffs. Operational reserves, by the way, is just our energy and minerals combined, and as long as they remain positive, we're good, because you really don't want them to drop to low. So to make sure that didn't happen, I of course began pirating my new subject. Now pirating two subjects, yeah, we still weren't making a lot of resources. A majority of our resources were coming from them being tribute states rather than the actual piracy. Also, enough time had passed, allowing me to negotiate the terms of our contract with our best friends over at the Tauren Republic, meaning I could now turn them into a satrapy, a unique subject type to our origin that makes them transfer 30% of their naval cap to us. Being a satrapy also allows me to build holdings on them, allowing me to build our unique noble building on their planet, which will give me 2 stability on my capital, at the expense of giving my subject's planet minus 1,500 amenities and minus 1 loyalty. But that sounds like a them problem. I mean, they literally hate me anyway, so what difference is it gonna make? On the topic of hate, the next faction we discovered were Fanatic Purifiers, a faction that views all alien life as a cosmic mistake, which is not exactly ideal because, as you can imagine, they're not the friendliest people, nor will they take too kindly to being extorted. Anyway, discovering them, I did sniff out an opportunity, as they were currently at war with an unknown faction, and all we had to do was find said person, and we should be able to offer them our protection. You know, I wasn't planning on being a good guy this run, but I will stand up for the weak, as long as they pay me, and also don't mind me pirating them on the side. While my envoys were doing their thing, we finished Supremacy, allowing us to take our first Ascension perk, which are powerful buffs that push our faction in certain directions. Since we're playing the subject game, I picked Shared Destiny, which will increase the naval capacity contribution from our subjects, and give us some more envoys to play with. Fast forwarding a little bit, we sure did find a horde of people, including the poor bastard who was currently being purged. We also had an election which reminded me of the name of our glorious leader, Garvey. Yeah, I forgot I called my person Glizzy Lizzy. And you don't need to worry, because of course she won the election. Getting back on topic, it was time for a little bit of rat gaming in the form of invading this theocracy that was still at war with the Purifiers, which was such a shame for them as it meant all their navies were busy. Actually, judging by the size of the Purifier fleets, they were probably dead. So it didn't take long for them to bend the knee. The only problem we had now was it was now my responsibility to deal with the Purifiers. But we'll worry about that later. As for now, I had more pressing matters. A little while back, I had sent an envoy to improve relations with the Tauren Republic. Well, he hadn't done a very good job as they still hated me. Due to our lack of intelligence, we couldn't exactly see why they hated us, so I sent in a spy whose job was to attain us some assets. However, when it came to launching the operation, I could use the internal organs I had acquired earlier to assist us. Yeah, it's safe to say this reminded me exactly why they hated us. Also, the whole piracy thing didn't help either. Moving swiftly on, a renowned paragon arrived, and it was exactly the man I was looking for, as his only sentence during the interview was, "Your industrial plants are a disgrace." He was perfect, because I was essentially turning my capital into a massive alloy factory, where I'd specialized our ordnance engineering bay into void forges, which increases our output even more. Plus, they also gave our arcs some armor hit points and hardening, which is cool. Speaking of war, it was probably a good time to eradicate the Purifiers before they get any stronger, which meant, sorry game, we don't have time to find cute things, we have hateful aliens to kill. Declaring war, we flew into their castle, which kicked off a massive battle where we fucking smashed them. With their navies dead, we got to work bombing their capital with our unique plundering bombardment stance, which for the price of 3,000 dead aliens, we got 13 unity, 3 trade, and 4 alloys. Very nice. After deploying the peacekeepers and conquering the planet, we shut out a not-so-racist empire thanks to our total war policy. Don't get me wrong, they were still hateful little beings, but at least they're not actively committing genocide. During the war, though, I'm proud to announce that we made a friend. Out of the blue, these absolute chads appeared, and the first thing they did was declare war. Don't get me wrong, they didn't exactly have the biggest navy, but their help was appreciated. Taking a closer look at them, it turns out they had 5 Gaia worlds in their home system, which, yeah, that's pretty insane. I actually ended up throwing them a non-aggression pack and guaranteeing their independence, followed up by setting up a commercial and research agreement with them. A little later on, I would end up subjugating them through diplomacy, and using them as kind of a base of operation, because unsurprisingly, with 5 Gaia worlds, they kind of became the backbone of my economy. Also, I'd like to point out, throughout this entire game, our resources fluctuated like crazy. One moment we'd be making 1,000 consumer goods, and then all of a sudden we'd have a shortage, which I can only assume was because our subjects were constantly going bankrupt. after the game, I did switch to one of them to see what their economy looked like. And oh boy, it wasn't great. Anyway, while I was doing the galaxy a favor in the form of killing some genocidal maniacs, a federation in the east saw this as a prime opportunity to declare war on me. Those bastards! I'm trying to help the galaxy and these guys are declaring war on me? Don't mind like the 4 empires I've eaten, but I mean, started protecting. However, in this moment of darkness, I discovered a new friend in the form of a hive mind, who actually asked to join the war. Their help was most welcome because for the first time, we were significantly outgunned. Since they had a big old Federation fleet alongside their own ones, I had to pull back and spam out another horde of corvettes, while they gaslighted me with job offers to bomb my own vassal. Yeah, I would be lying if I told you I wasn't considering it, as they were offering me something like 12,500 trade. Anyway, fast forwarding a little bit, I did manage to catch their Federation fleet without any support and absolutely annihilated it. With the bulk of their navy dead and my hive mind friend doing a majority of the conquering, all I had to do was invade a couple more planets and then they finally surrendered, giving us another tributary. Of course, to punish the rest of them, I built pirate hideouts in all their capitals. With all our pirate outposts combined, we were now stealing over 100 consumer goods a month, plus like 20 alloys, which combined with the 6 subjects I was rinsing, plus the tribute vaults I was slowly stacking more and more bucks on, it's safe to say the economy was booming. Something that made me feel very comfortable because we discovered another Fnatic Purifier. Thankfully, these guys were on the other side of the galaxy, so it's their problem. Anyway, it was around this time that I had figured out that I was playing on the wrong build. Paradox had mentioned to me that one of the early builds I had access to, this Origin wasn't working correctly, and me being a moron, selected the build which of course, this Origin wasn't working correctly. So after a quick update, I'm pleased to announce it's now working. This meant that bounty hunters were actually being sent to kill us. However, let's just say things hadn't quite balanced out. It was at this point I have some sad news for you guys. Glizzy Lizzie unfortunately lost the election to this guy, and then she unfortunately passed away. Anyway, I had completely forgotten I had recruited this guy, and him winning the election was not exactly ideal as this really annoyed our xenophobic faction. I had hired him earlier because I just finished researching and then building my second arcs. With barely anyone living on it, I wanted to use his unique perk that abducts pops after invading a planet. I just needed to get him out of government. So after a snap election where we rigged him to lose, we made him a general and invaded this poor bastard in the north. We then invaded his one and only planet, stealing a chunk of his hop. Just as I was wrapping up this war, we got an event that informed us that we had some visitors who go by the Chosen, who were a group of fanatic xenophobes who wanted to purge the galaxy. Oh, for fuck's sake. What is that, the 3rd fanatic purifier in this galaxy? I really am running a protection bracket over here. Anyway, the Chosen resided in this little section just outside of the galaxy, with the only entrance being a wormhole which annoyingly has a lock on it. Something I found pretty funny was the first person they declared war on was the other fanatic purifier. So we just left them to figure out who's the most xenophobic, because we had more important things to do, like becoming the Great Khan. While I was preparing for another war, I got an event telling me that our old clan was gathering to appoint a new Great Khan, and we had 10 years to return and take back the throne. Mustering all my fleets, I might have brought a little too much firepower, as our rival only had 9k. Nevertheless, with the claimant dead, the throne was now ours, and we had a choice. Either sound the drums of war, making us the Great Khan, end the era of Khans and transform all my subjects into regular vassals, or vengeance has been served and leave the marauders to do their own thing. Yeah, obviously, I wanted to become the Great Khan, so we sounded the drums of war and became the mid-game crisis. Alongside the Chosen. And holy shit, not only did it give us all of their ships, completely crashing our economy, we were now by far the strongest faction in the galaxy. And it should be to no one's surprise that the galactic community did not appreciate this, and declared me a crisis, kicking off a war that would essentially last for the rest of the game. I have to admit, I was not worried about this war at all, until one of their navies snuck in and stole my capital. Yep, they literally stole my capital, and fucked off. Eventually, I did manage to catch up with it, and this kicked off a very unusual chain of events. After defeating my capital in battle, it procced an event called Vindication, allowing me to sound the drums of war again, and make me the Great Khan again. But for some reason, the game didn't actually let me recapture my capital, and after we attacked it again, the event popped up again. And this gave me an extremely good idea. Every time this event popped, it spawned a massive stack of ships and gave us the Great Khan Vision Civic again, giving us 20 damage reduction, 50% damage versus star bases, and commander capacity plus 10. I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this, but for those that don't, I repeated the cycle until my economy literally exploded. After a little bit of reorganization and eventually getting my capital back, we now confusingly had 2 Great Khans, and our way stations had essentially become indestructible. We could now bin off this war with the galactic community because I had a much bigger target in mind, aka a Fallen Empire. Fallen Empires are extremely powerful factions that are so advanced they literally don't care about the rest of the galaxy. Since they're so advanced, their planets make a shitload of resources and would make the perfect target for a little piracy. Flying into their territory then, I parked up next to their fleet and declared war. I have to admit, I wasn't 100% sure if I was going to win, even though I had brought one of my arcs, which was now equipped with something called a Devastator Cannon. But my fears were quickly washed away when we absolutely wrecked them. Killing their fleet allowed us to survey the debris, giving us access to their technology. You know, things like jump drive, dark matter tech, and some other fun stuff. There was one small problem though. Our research sucked. Like, really sucked. I had spent so much time conquering the galaxy, I hadn't really focused on things like research and building a proper economy. With it being 2354, we were only 50-ish years away from the endgame crisis. So yeah, it was time for some aggressive investment into our research, because my dumbass had put the crisis strength on 10 times. So, to wrap up this war with the Fallen Empire, I took a status quo and created a new subject. With our new subject, I of course built pirate stations and tribute vaults everywhere, which I'd like to point out, yeah, they still kind of sucked. I don't think you could make a proper playthrough of just using pirate stations, but they're great for just skimming a little bit more off the top from your subjects, especially when you combined it with the tribute vaults, which were skimming off like another 10% of their resources. Anyway, we got to work replacing all the foundries with research centers. Building all these labs was great, but we still had the problem of not having enough people to staff them. Plus, I had built a couple of research arcs, which also needed filling. So it was back to kidnapping people, however this time, instead of enslaving them, I was going to make them residents, and to sweeten the deal, I gave them all social welfare. Yep, that's right fellas, I was literally kidnapping people and funding their education to become a scientist. One small problem we had was the amount of exotic gases we needed for all our research centers, a problem which I solved by building another arc, slapping on a planetary reprocessor, and honestly sucking entire systems dry. Like, I'm not even kidding, this is busted. And I could have made this even more OP if I had picked Mastery of Nature up, which would have harvested an additional 50% resources. Plus, we could quote process a planet, which will give us even more resources. However, we can only do this once every 1800 days, but we could still strip mine planets for a lot of resources, so I'm not going to complain. With all the additional pop, I was able to push our tech over the 1k mark, and progress was starting to be made. To also help speed things up, I invaded another Fallen Empire so we could analyze their debris. It was then something terrible happened. The Blorg woke up. The Blorg being the third and strongest Fallen Empire, who at this point I had just kind of ignored. Them waking up was really bad, because now they're looking outwards with ambitions to conquer the galaxy. You might be thinking it's okay, I have a lot of numbers on screen. However, they had much bigger numbers. To make a bad situation worse, another then woke up, which ended up being the Fallen Empire I had vassalized a little while ago. They also pumped out a ton of fleets, and before I knew it, these two giants had declared war on each other, splitting the galaxy into 4. You had the Blorg, who were backed by the remnants of the galactic community, the Saviks, who were all by themselves and still my vassal for some reason, the Chosen, and then me. Being severely outgunned by both the Fallen Empires, I tried to tip the scale in our favor by picking Galactic Contender as our next Ascension perk, which will give us some bonus damage against them. Believe it or not, it didn't take too long for the Blorg to smash the other empire, which left me in a very dangerous position. So, I gathered all the fleets and declared war on them in hopes to catch out a couple of theirs. As they approached, I caught a couple of their fleets and took our first victory. In fact, we wrecked them so hard, they immediately fired a peace deal my way. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. I'm gonna... Wait, what's this? Galactic power surge? A sudden subspace power surge of massive proportions coming from somewhere within the galaxy, and our scientists are struggling to come up with an explanation? That doesn't sound good. Yeah, that really doesn't look good. Turns out these extra-dimensional beings have arrived in our galaxy with the intention of consuming all life. Investigating, we saw they had a 6.9 million fleet, alongside a handful of others, which, you know, just around a million as well. This was bad. Actually, this was working out quite well for us because the Unbidden were actively destroying the Blorg's planets. So I took this opportunity to attack the Unbidden myself, taking our first victory against them. However, out of nowhere, suddenly a 1 mil stack appeared, and all of a sudden, I didn't have a fleet anymore. The good news is, though, our Marauders are going to continue feeding us a steady flow of fresh ships. The bad news, however, is that they suck. Or at least they suck compared to the Unbidden.
No big deal.
But I'm not going to waste them since, you know, they're free. So I waited for our naval cap to be full and then threw them into the meat grinder while I built a proper fleet back at the base. Something that wasn't going to take too long because I could build like 10 battleships at a time thanks to our capital shipyard. I sent a couple more waves to their deaths until the Unbidden got dangerously close to our Marauders. Our boys have been doing an okay-ish job at weakening them, so I didn't exactly want to lose them. Plus, it was a good opportunity to see if my battleships were any good. Once I had assembled the masses, I took the fight to them where we took some real heavy losses. Like, I'm talking nearly 3,000 and Fleet Cat just wiped off against a single one of their fleets. Bear in mind, they had like 11 just in this corner. Also, I'd love to just point out that even though I'm actively defending against the dimensional horrors that are feasting upon millions of people, the galactic community decides to declare me as a crisis. Again, brilliant. Good job, fellas. Congrats on being the most useless establishment ever created. Anyway, once our fleets had recovered, I attacked another one of theirs. However, this time things started going very wrong for us when their main armada arrived. Plus, I think they had enough of our bullshit as they destroyed my Marauders, which triggered another event which made me the Great Khan again. With the Reavers being replaced with the Lysian Horde, they just started giving me free ships as well. So it was time to build another armada, but this time, I also started the construction of a backup plan. Once the armada was built, I headed towards one of their fleets where we lost again. Yeah, I think we have to admit, we can't do this. The Unbidden were just too strong, and we were too far behind on tech to compete with them. And it's not like I was having any help from the rest of the galaxy either, as they were actively crippling me in the war by destroying all of my way stations. So you know what? Screw these guys. It's time for the backup plan. That being a catapult, which I used to shoot myself into the Chosen's home. The Chosen weren't actually at war with us, so we could just set up shop within their borders and chill. Furthermore, there's also this little system here we can jump to, which I think lore-wise is the Chosen's home. This is where we're going to hide and let the galaxy solve the issue all by themselves and just pray that the Unbidden never find us. That is at least where I left it the previous night. The following morning, I decided I wasn't going to be a coward and actually try and win this. I mean, we still had an incredibly strong economy thanks to all of our subjects. We just needed to grind out a few more techs. While I was rebuilding our navy, a second Unbidden arrived. Initially, I was terrified when I saw their fleet power, until I read they were actually hostile to the original Unbidden. Then, shortly after, another one arrived. With 3 Unbidden factions now actively killing each other, I could just hide away and kill whoever was left. However, the original Unbidden just used their 6.5 mil fleet to kill both of them before they could even get the ball rolling. But this did give me an idea. To defeat the Unbidden, all we had to do was close this portal. Something which would have been a little easier if we didn't let them consume a huge chunk of the galaxy. And that's because they have been building these anchors all over the place, which we'll have to destroy before we can attack the portal. So, here's the plan, fellas. Build a fast hit squad of battleships, which were strong enough to take down both the anchors and deal with any fleets that weren't their main stack. Once we were ready, I jumped back into the Chosen systems and used their wormhole to enter the galaxy and got to work racing around the maps destroying the anchors, while I actively avoided their doom stack. One by one they fell, and after a little bit of whack-a-mole as they built more, I raced to destroy the last one next to the portal, jumped into the system, and destroyed it. With the portal destroyed, the end of their invasion was in sight as they were no longer able to call reinforcements. All we had to do was clear up the remaining fleets and we'd be victorious. Which, yeah, wasn't too difficult. It just involved me building a lot of battleships and then finding and killing their big fleet. Also, we had to run around and kill the rest of their stations, but I was too lazy to do that. So we're going to end it here. As always, I want to say thank you for watching, thank you to the people who throw money at me, and thanks again to Paradox for sponsoring this video. And as always, new videos maybe a little more often?
No. Well.
Tag, you're it.
Time for the professionals to take over.
Time to eat.
Pretty lively here. Exclusive delivery, please sign here.
Coming through. Mid-culture. Super duper ultra 360 whirlwind slide.
Leave it to... Time for the professionals to take over. I can see you all. Pretty bold of you. Trust me.
I'm here. I got this.
Leave it to me, Nick. Pretty lively here.
I will face splinter and fracture.
Time for the professionals to take over.
Left.
Pretty lively here. clean up for too long. Sign for delivery. Let me take over. Watch it! Don't blink!
Time to eat.
Watch your step.
I will see through the nexus. Time for the Leave it to me. Great. Ship change. Don't make me trust. Let's finish this. Time for the professionals to take over.
Here it is.
Pretty lively here. Let's settle. Thank you for your patronage. Let's go.
Come on.
Time for the professionals. I'll deliver this one myself.
Coming through.
Shift change. Don't make me. I will see through the nexus. Time for the professionals to take over. Thank you for your patronage.
Time to eat.
This is Factorio. And this is a biter. And this is a biter being annihilated by a thermonuclear warhead. Wonderful. Factorio's biters have been in the game since, well, the very beginning. The devs wanted to have an opponent in the game that would challenge the player and act as an obstacle. because building your factory in peace would be too easy. They knew they needed an enemy that would intelligently react to your progress. Because of the sandbox nature of the game, they had to be smart about it, or they risked making another bad video game enemy. Before we jump into it, please consider subscribing. I'm trying to grow my channel, so every little sub helps. Thanks. An enemy that just got harder over time wouldn't work in Factorio, because it wouldn't account for dumb slow players like me, or the inverse of the spectrum, no-life speedrunners. Emphasis on the spectrum. Okay, well what about enemies that get stronger when you research certain technologies? When you unlock blue science, you get blue biters. Well, players would probably cheese that, and it doesn't really account for the infinite scaling of the late game. The biters need to be reactive to the exact progress of the player. As you become a Giga Chad Mega Factory enjoyer, the bugs too must become goated. I think it was Socrates who said that. And so Kovarex, the founder and lead dev, had a revolutionary idea. What if the biters hated you because you were ruining their planet? You can actually see the exact thought process detailed here in one of the very first devlogs for Factorio. Now they, the biters, are more autonomous and integrated in the game. This is because of a new concept we have introduced, the pollution. Pollution is produced by the factory, mining drills, furnaces, etc., and then spreads in the world. And so the concept of the biters that we know and love was born. It's such a smart design because it creates a kind of ecosystem. The player creates pollution, this makes the bugs evolve, the spawners consume pollution and produce bugs, and when there are enough bugs, they attack. And if you destroy their nests, they evolve even quicker. And just like that, you have an enemy that scales with the player, attacks the player intelligently and not randomly, and one that disrupts the primary gameplay loop so the factory building doesn't get too monotonous. Also, by having the biters in the game, it opens up a whole other avenue in terms of research and weapons for the players to unlock and mess around with. Thematically speaking, it all makes sense. You are an alien on this planet and your factory is causing direct damage to it. It's like building a KFC in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. Naturally, the natives are going to disagree. Fun fact, in the early iterations of the game, the devs would refer to the biters as creepers. Probably because they would also blow your shit up if you weren't looking. Also, there's a direct link between Minecraft and the creation of Factorio, but that's a topic for another video. The ethos behind the bugs complements the game nicely, and they get stronger alongside the player, which creates this kind of asymmetrical arms race. You're forced to research better and stronger weapons to deal with the bugs, otherwise you risk losing it all. The other enemy type, on Naldus, was only added later, your best bud, the Spitter. You can see they were first mentioned here in 2014. Here's an early picture of them with their gross acid projectile. You can see just how far all the models have come. The Spitters were a much needed friend for the biters, and acted as their squishier but ranged counterpart. There isn't a lot of documentation on why they were added, but we can piece together that it was to make the bugs more of a threat, and force you to make your defenses a little more complex. After all, a girthy wall is a pretty hard counter to a melee bug. The Spitters are also complementary, because their attacks slow you, giving their older brothers the chance to beat the shit out of you. I'm not sure when the worms were added, maybe you guys can help me out in the comments, but they seem to be in the game just to slow the player down when it comes to clearing out nests. And that's it. That's the entire roster of enemies in the base game. Sure, they evolve into stronger versions of themselves, but simplicity is key here. Would the game be better or worse with more bug types, on Naldus, or boss fights, or something like that? I honestly think the answer is no. Imagine for a second if there were bosses in Factorio, or special flying enemies that could go right over your walls. You already have to upgrade your defenses pretty regularly, and having to run all over your factory to do it more wouldn't really add anything to the experience. While the concept of new enemies might be cool on paper, your approach to dealing with them would functionally be the same. More turrets and walls. It wouldn't be better, and it probably wouldn't be worse either. So that would have made an addition like that kind of pointless. And I think that's the exact conclusion the devs arrived at. And this is a controversial take, but Factorio is about building factories, first and foremost. Killing bugs is very much a secondary thing you do to make space for expanding your factory and keeping it safe. If you were to break up your gameplay into a kind of pie chart, Exterminatus would only take about 10% of your overall time, and I think that's being generous. If you've ever stopped to zoom in on the bugs, you would have also noticed a lot of subtle design choices. The biter needs to be generic, as the main foe, but also needs to visually convey that they're kind of tanky, and so they have these armor plates that cover their body. They attack with both of their front legs and their mouth, hence the name. These spitters needed to be distinct from their older brothers, so they made them long. Also, I love how they kind of stand when they attack just to get that little bit of extra height. They clearly draw inspiration from centipedes in their overall look. A lot of attention went into the nests as well. They are meant to be super organic, like a living, breathing organ, to contrast the industrial nature of your factory. Also, I've never noticed, but there's these little weird birthing mouths that, you know what, I think I'm actually gonna have to censor those. Their death animations are great too, and reveal a lot about their underlying anatomy. Hey look, this one even has a brain. I mentioned it earlier how the player is sort of locked in an arms race with the bugs. About 1/4 of the tech tree is solely dedicated to things that you smack the bugs with, in different ways. If you were to play with the bugs disabled, you'd genuinely be missing out on a decent portion of the game. Black Science is solely dedicated to military tech, so you even have to specifically build a part of your factory for it. Factorio almost tricks you into thinking that this is what the combat is going to look like for the whole game. But it quickly becomes a bullet hell sim when you unlock the likes of cars, grenades, and my personal favorite, the automatic rocket launcher. The scale is definitely not linear, and pivotal unlocks feel rewarding, because you get to do this to the biters. And again, fighting them is kind of dynamic, because if you want to clear out nests, you risk making the bugs even stronger, because that makes them evolve the quickest. If you've ever played the game on a harder difficulty, you'll know that you kinda have to be smart about how you clear them out. Something cool that doesn't get mentioned all that much is that there is an alternative to bullets when it comes to dealing with the biters. You can play like a hippie and reduce your pollution output by like 80%. You can do this with green modules because power consumption and pollution are directly linked. Hell, you can take it a step further and just do green energy. This effectively means you don't have to research any military tech because the biters are just so primitive. I might be a little biased here, but I think it's really cool that you play the game like that. Moving on to Space Age, it added a nice host of horrors that you have to deal with, but localized to their own planets. Even the asteroids in space act as a unique threat that you have to deal with in a new way. With the introduction of new planets and new locations for your factories, the devs didn't just want to make more Norvises. Having 4 more planets with bugs with the same kind of threat wouldn't be fun to deal with. The alert sound already gives me anxiety. So they went down a different route and just made 2 of the planets have active enemies. No, you can't shoot bullets at the lightning on Fulgora. Vulcanus' worms are just a whole other bag of worms. The concept is pretty cool, territorial things that have evolved to survive extreme temperatures. In practice though, they're pretty simple. They're just a blocker that you have to defeat in order to expand on Vulcanus. And that's it. These worms are just glorified doors that require a certain level of tech to do enough damage in a short enough period of time. Albeit a door that will smash the shit out of your toes if you try open it too early. Again, simple. Interestingly enough, Aquila had these guys in early development, but the devs decided that a glorified frozen skyblock planet was hard enough. Instead, they left the hardest enemy to another planet, the killer of good times and the ruiner of runs, good old Glebo. The pentapods were meant to be hard, clearly. Even though their pollution system is different to that of Norvises, they function very similarly. You build on their planet, they come smash. Remember when I mentioned that having weird new types of enemies wouldn't add anything to the game? Well, I lied. Adding them to Norvis wouldn't, but putting them on their own planet and forcing you to think differently about your defenses there, strictly on said planet, well, that's a whole different story. Now you can't rely on walls, flames, or lasers, because the pentapods circumvent them in one way or another. You have to get creative with your defenses. And hopefully you went to Fulgora first for the Zappy Zappy. See, by putting the more dynamic and complex enemies on their own planet, Factorio can offer a new kind of challenge, but in a controlled environment. Imagine if that wasn't the case for a second. Imagine if fighters just evolved into stompers at some point. Most players would just lose the game right then and there. Instead, you only really risk losing your farms on Glebo. This way, the devs can offer an enemy that is genuinely terrifying and can destroy your factory in a matter of seconds, but it won't end your game. That's intelligent design if I ever saw it. The visual design is great too. Vulcanus worms are covered head to tail, in metallic plates with this warm glow around the edges, implying that they're molten inside. And then when you kill them,
they cool down to mineable tungsten, implying that they're made of this stuff. Gleeba's whole theme is swampy and super organic. Reminds me of a certain demon lord. And so the enemy design here reflects that too. The Wrigglers are a mismatch of different soft organic shapes and forms, and they even have these weird little wings. If you've ever zoomed in on a Strafer, you've had the misfortune of looking directly into its eyes. They seem like the evolution of the Wriggler, with a similar shape and even the wings. But they also have these gross egg sacs on their back, and their legs are long and spindly, which makes sense with how quickly they move around. The nest that they spawn from is just a bulbous jelly, but kind of resembles its counterpart on Norvis, just greener and fuzzier. And finally we get to the Stomper, the behemoth tank of Gleeba. Its design reflects just how tough it is. I personally love the armored kneecaps and the leathery skin underneath. It's clear that its design draws inspiration from something like a crab. They have armor plates like the other strong enemies, but maintain that organic shape. The enemies on Gleeba are a perfect fit for their gross planet. Moving on. Once upon a time I did a video that critiqued Factoria's enemies. I will now play you that entire video in this video. In short, I call them a stick and not a cat. Basically, you aren't rewarded for killing them, you're only punished for not. But I've since come to realize that this is the only real way that they could have been implemented. Sure, it's annoying when...
Let me take over.
But the rewarding part about Factorio should be building your factory. Because, well, that's the point of the whole game. If you're rewarded for going out and killing enemies, then it might redirect your attention too much away from what you're actually meant to be doing. That being said, I still maintain the opinion that the biters and the combat is like way too fast for a game about factories. The bugs in Factorio are dynamically and intelligently designed. That really is what this video is about. And the final bit I want to mention is this. In a game that's about automation, starting at the level of hand mining, to programming interstellar spaceships to haul resources between megafactories, it is only fitting that eventually even dealing with your historic foe goes from hand-to-hand combat all the way to a very similar kind of automation, in the form of artillery. Even though it's not the final weapon you unlock in Factorio, it is one that I think perfectly wraps up your arms race with the biters. Automatic genocide from the comfort of your own home. Thanks for watching.
My lords, today I detail a report regarding a race of aliens who seemingly had their future predetermined by so-called prophets. At least, that's what they believed anyway. Spiritualistic fools. The empire in question call themselves the Quintians. They are a nomadic race, fanatic spiritualists who operate as a death cult with clandestine societies woven into their government. Here is the story of their sacred path. For millennia, we wandered among the stars, traversing the astral seat at relativistic speed, crossing the eons between each sacred site. With the blessing of the hyperdrive, our people now have the chance to do what our ancestors could only have dreamed: visit all of our holy sites in a single lifetime. Under the wise leadership of Death Queen Rasa, the congregation is ready to find out what it means for our faith, now that we can traverse the path so quickly. The ancient maps passed down from our ancestors mark waypoints in the stars. Now we make our pilgrimage to these sanctified wonders to pay homage to those who came before us and understand the galaxy from their perspective. This is our birthright. This is our sacred path. With the installation of the hyperdrive aboard our Ark ship, our engineering crews have completed a comprehensive inspection of the ship's aging systems in preparation for true interstellar travel. Numerous faults have been identified throughout the vessel. A signal originating from an unexplored star system has begun to replicate itself across our communication databanks. Persistent interference patterns have been detected across multiple sensor arrays. The Ark ship's extraction systems have yet to be tested under operational conditions. Resource surveys indicate viable deposits in the surrounding systems. These deficiencies must be corrected if the Ark ship is to be restored to full operational readiness. This work will remain ongoing throughout our journey. There is a place called Emergence within this star system. For our ancestors, it marked the beginning of the sacred path, and it is a fitting place to meditate on the ancient text before proceeding with our own version of the pilgrimage. By taking some time to research now, we can better plan for the journey ahead. Afterwards, we will chart a course to the known sacred sites. We have many choices to make along the way, but in theory, if we trust in the deities and our ancestors, the true path will be revealed to us. We will indeed try and follow the path of the ancestors. It took several days, but after surveying the emergence, Death Queen Rasa suddenly became catatonic. Medical officers were called into her quarters, but upon arrival, she had recovered. In her trance, the Death Queen claims to have communed with the deities who have blessed the beginning of our pilgrimage. Today will be known as our Emergence Day. Our path is blessed. The star charts list several different systems worthy of investigation, and thus today, 2201-0414, we shall set about our journey. Years passed before we made it to our first destination, and we saw remarkable sights along the way, but nothing would prepare us for the findings in the Stratal system. Our ancestors spoke true. There is in fact a beast below the surface of Stratal 5. We are blessed that it poses no threat to us, for it is deceased. The remains of the creature are staggeringly huge, bipedal, winged, covered in scales, and with considerably more ocular organs than we've encountered before on a single being. It is truly alien. In an alcove near the entrance to the pit, we discovered a message carved into the carnivorous rock. In the language of the ancients it says, "We, the Lightbringers, cast out this abomination. The foul beast will rot in eternity." We summarized our ancestors were not warning us of the beast, but of the consequences for betrayal. This creature's body remains an example of their wrath. Indeed, angering the progenitors is never wise. We leave this system to continue our journey with a newfound purpose. During our travel time to the next destination, there has been some political murmurings. High pilgrims, devoted adepts, and faithful acolytes. These three distinct social groups form the hierarchy of spiritual practitioners. This is how it has always been. High pilgrims lead the way, while devoted adepts commit themselves to the path, and the faithful acolytes support our endeavors through worship and physical toil. However, schisms are forming aboard the Arkship due to the roles that we have assumed since committing accelerated interstellar travel. Some crew members now believe their responsibilities outweigh those of others, and each group is demanding to be recognized as the most essential. It was decided that the High Pilgrims are revered for a reason, and thus they should be recognized as the most essential personnel. The future ramifications of the decision remain unclear. We soon arrived at the next set of coordinates detailed in the sacred text, and were promptly contacted by a ship with identical encryption protocols to our own. Perplexingly, our external sensors could not detect another vessel, but the transmission was clear, as if we were in visual range. When the bridge view flickered into action, we were met with the image of our own Death Queen Rasa. Before we could speak, the double spoke. "Be not afraid, Death Queen. You are safe. I take this form as a respectful gesture. Your path is in flux, and the steps you take next will set things into motion you cannot fully comprehend. You must eliminate all heretics who do not follow the path." The image vanished. We don't know what just happened. Debate among the High Pilgrims raged. A clear majority wanted to purge these so-called heretics, root them out, and destroy them. A few steady heads tried to convince the majority that this creature, whatever it was, could very well be manipulating us. Why should we believe it to be a deity? And how do we know it's trustworthy? Their arguments would fall on deaf ears. Approximately 17% of the ship were butchered following these events. We are a death cult after all. During travel to the next star coordinates, a problem occurred. A faulty relay is interfering with the Ark ship's power core. In addition to being immobilized, the lights are now going out on residential decks. Farms report irregular energy surges, and several key research modules have gone offline. Our chief engineers warn us that without intervention, cascading failure will spread throughout the ship. Unfortunately, the solution is not straightforward. Repairing the relay will require diverting resources from our reserves, while bypassing it risks compromising the Ark ship's long-term stability. The now cooling ship creaks and groans unsettlingly. We need to make a decision. We made the decision to halt all activities aboard the ship for several days in order to undertake full repair. No expense was spared. After all, if the ship falls apart, we're not going to get the answers that we're looking for. The delays did prove costly, but we are underway once again. However, I'm told the engineering crews have outdone themselves. The repair is actually better than it was before. Crew morale has risen sharply, with many expressing newfound pride in the Ark ship's resilience. It is a wonderful place to call home, after all. The decision made several years earlier regarding the elevation of the High Pilgrims has had some effect on us as a people. Steering us to glory, the High Pilgrims continue to champion spiritual fulfillment, dedicating their lives to the betterment of us all. The devoted and the faithful following their steps, looking up to them with respect and reverence. Representing the highest ideal of our faith, the High Pilgrims are now entitled to certain onboard perks. They have more spacious living quarters, access to more resource, and priority clearance on all decks. Some resentment seems to be seeping in from the people who perhaps would like a more egalitarian lifestyle. However, memories of the Heretic Purge remain strong, and it is highly unlikely anyone would speak up against the High Pilgrims, who are effectively responsible for the translation of the voices of God. Our travel continues. We finally made it to our next destination, the Parvus system. Our journey brings us here, a place remembered only in traditional stories and devotional songs. The text speaks of a presence that inhabits the core world. We did not recognize it at first, but as we drew nearer, the memories surfaced. The Cradle. While there are more differing opinions regarding the Cradle's role in shaping our culture, all can agree that it is a sanctified conduit of our faith. However, upon arrival, we found no ancient temples, no defiled monuments, no trace of godly activity anywhere on the planet. The pilgrims aboard now look to get Queen Rasta for answers. They beg to know, is this a test of our faith, or is the Cradle's power nothing more than a story? Some wanted to lie to maintain the legend. Our queen, however, made the choice that the first duty must be to the truth. Thus she told the people the truth as we knew it, and we made haste to the next site, the Murgar. Murgar 5 was a place of sacred memory, a sealed chamber once used by early pilgrims to record their final thoughts and commitment to psionic crystals. The vault is now full, echoing with wisdom, faith, and joy. But within these memories, there are also centuries of preserved fear, loathing, and doubt. If members of the coronation were to gain access to these final moments, it may challenge their faith in the past. We came to the conclusion that these voices should be heard. The ramifications of the decision, if any, remain to be seen. The next destination would be the CATS system. This would hold a truly wonderful sight within. Pilgrims gather on the observation decks. Whispers spread. This is one of the places described by our ancestors, the monastery of CATS 4. But the cloister is empty. There is nothing here but stone and dust. Reports are coming in from all decks about a mysterious chanting, echoing through our comm system. There is speculation from some of the crew members that the voices may belong to our ancestors inhabiting this area of space in non-corporeal form and chanting in the language of the gods. The chanting is a blessing, the High Pilgrims would say. Embrace it. Travel to the next site was more eventful than first anticipated. A fallen empire, the Mirion progenitors, so-called enigmatic observers, sent us a communication. If you can believe it, they demanded that we turn over some of our population to them. They told us that these people would live on one of their worlds in an endangered species preserve. By the Shroud, who do these people think they are? We told them to space themselves. We would never surrender our people to alien hands. Fortunately, travel takes us well away from their space. I suspect we will have to avoid it in the future. We experienced even more disruption before we reached the next sacred site. A fungal infection took hold throughout the ship. The organism appeared to thrive in the controlled humidity and nutrient-rich substrates of the Ark ship's agricultural systems, forming dense mycelial networks across multiple production tiers. Containment attempts proved ineffective as the fungus showed no measurable reaction to standard herbicide treatments. We suspect the species may have adapted rapidly to the enclosed ecosystem of our vessel. If left unchecked, the outbreak could significantly reduce food yields and place additional strain on the Ark ship's limited agricultural capacity. It was ordered that this fungus must be aggressively purged. Conventional treatments having failed, the contaminated hydroponic tiers were subjected to controlled incineration. Unfortunately, much of the Ark ship's edible plant stock was lost in the process. Entire growth beds were reduced to ash alongside the infestation, leaving several agricultural sections temporarily barren. Nevertheless, the operation appears to have achieved its objective. Every spore-bearing surface has been sterilized and the remaining infrastructure thoroughly purged. The fungal species has been eradicated from the ecosystem for good, and this knowledge will help prepare us for any other invasive species that may decide to settle on our ship in the future. Today I'm happy to report we've made it to our next sacred site, the Seb system. Orbiting Seb 6 drifts the structure our ancestors once marked upon their star charts. Within its quiet chambers, we discovered a guiding presence, an ancient intelligence tasked with answering questions for those who one day would walk this path. Time has not been kind to the machine, but its voice still stirs. Fragments of an instruction spill from hidden emitters, half coherent and reverent in tone. It has the following to say. Continue along the luminous thread. The dark between stars grows thin. Its messages arrive in splinters, looping and colliding with older verses. Yet beneath the static and decay, there remains intention. It was meant to guide us, and perhaps if we listen with care, it still can. Praise be to the techno-prophet. As we prepared to depart and move on from this system, the intelligence began spouting increasingly alarming rhetoric. Physical form is an affront to the deities. All flesh must be shed. Corporeal existence is unclean. Bodies must be purged. The mind must be free. Our chief scientist, Scientist Gum, was forced to manually shut down the artificial prophet, else we'd be decorporealized. It remains unclear how powerful the intelligence is when active. We understand so little of its programming. The safest thing to do, I'm told, would be blow it up, but it was argued that we should probably just unplug it in case we need it for the future. So that's what we chose to do. One final system remains for us to investigate. This is the last system documented in our sacred text, the Ishan system. Upon reaching and surveying the Ishan system, we found an ancient observatory in orbit of a moon of the first planet. It had a telescope fixed on a distant subject. The text claims some pilgrims who gazed through the lens were met with life-changing visions. Others were said to have wept or fallen silent for days. The so-called eye has been staring into the abyss for over 2,000 years. We have no way of knowing the true object of our ancestors' observations. Nevertheless, we chose to take a look. We may find a clue after all. Peering through the telescope, we observed the void. There was no stars in this patch of space, no light, nothing. Could it be that there was once something to observe here? Did our ancestors look upon a star that no longer exists? We will never know. All we do know is that nothing is fixed and everything changes. This is what it means to be alive. One day our own light will stop and be replaced with something else, or perhaps nothing at all. That we are here now, in this moment, is a source of joy. Perhaps this is the eye's ultimate lesson. Impermanence is perhaps what makes us special.
Breeze smells cold.
There are no more sacred sites left to
It's gonna be
explore.
a
The ancestral star chart guided us across a vast distance, and now we have been caught up with our past. But the question remains, was it truth we found, or have we been following a lie? The path has always been an integral part of our culture. It was ordained by our ancestors, but having seen what they saw with the privilege of modern science, do the texts still ring true? Or is our society destined to follow a new, less pious path? Debate raged throughout the ship, but the High Pilgrims still hold much power in our society. Eventually, it was decided that we must not alter course. We would remain faithful to tradition. There will always be those with an agenda, those who would see our history ignored and conventions lost to time, but we cannot let them divide us. We must protect our traditional way of life. These deities will continue to guide us if we let them. We just have to remain open to their influence. That is who we are. On the date 2241-1119, a terrible event would occur in our empire. Our great leader, Death Queen Rasa, who had led us for decades, passed away at the age of 89. The people clamour for a memorial service to honour our great leader, and indeed a grand event would be held. It is a sad moment for our empire indeed. Whether related to the death of our queen, I cannot truly say, but it is clear there is a rift at the heart of our society that is deepening. Progressives are compelled to embrace change, while traditionalists fear anything that is different. At this point, we must ask ourselves, is there any way we can come together again as a people and live in harmony? The alternative could be devastating. Everyone should have the freedom to practice their faith in their own way, but if our factionalism leads us to civil war, we must be absolutely certain of our convictions. Coexistence, it seems, may be impossible for our
Don't make
people.
me clean up for too long.
With the death of the Queen, our pilgrims have asserted more control over our people. The leader of the church gave the following speech, and I'm sad to say this will be my last entry. My role of Grand Archivist has been discontinued. It seems we are going down a different path now. The path pulls us back, keeping us from evolving. Learning from our history is one thing, but remaining there, never moving beyond it, is foolish. We need not waste our potential for self-discovery. Now that we have shrugged off the chains of yesterday, we can move forward with unbridled passion. No longer will we be governed by technologically inferior ancestors. No longer will the path be dictated by cryptic crumbs laid by the deities. We will choose our own path. Nothing will stand in our way. The only true path is a war path. Everything is clearer now. The sacred sites of our ancestors are sickly, sweet beacons of hope and faith. Those who came before us had no shame, and they did not care who knew it. Our reputation has been trivialized and tarnished. We have it in our power to sanctify new sites that will communicate our own spiritual mission. The deities are complex and misunderstood. Through the path, they have taught us that conflict is a natural feature of our society. The challenges we have overcome make us stronger, and now we will demonstrate our strength across the galaxy. This will be our crusade. An interesting twist to their story, my lords. I suspect these pilgrims could have turned out quite a number of different ways depending on the choices they made. I am rather surprised they found themselves coming to this conclusion. Nevertheless, it simply reinforces our reasonings. One should never trust the alien.
Pretty bold of you.
Time to eat.
change. Don't make me clean up for too long.
Coming through.
Pretty lively here. No big deal. Continue.
Time.
I'm here. Mental super duper ultra 360 whirlwind slash.
Leave it to me. Shift change. Don't make me. Exclusive delivery. Please sign here.
Let me face splinter and fracture. I'm here. Coming through.
Time for the. No big deal. Continue. Trust me. Trust.
Here it is.
Shift change. Don't make me.
Time to eat.
Time for the professionals to take over.
Great. Here it is. Let's run away.
Pretty lively here. I can see you all.
Let me take over. I'm here, Coco.
Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long.
Tag, you're it.
Leave it to me, Mint. Pretty lively here. I'll deliver this one myself.
Coming through. Get it, Kiramaru. And you'll got me. Here comes the whirlwind.
Trust me.
Fight it. Fight hero.
Time for the professionals to take over. Pretty bold of you. I will see. Shift change. Don't make me clean up. Exclusive delivery. Please sign here. Let's settle. Trust pay, then break.
Coming through. Wait and see.
Shift change. Don't make.
Let me. Here it is.
Time to eat.
Time for the professionals to take over. Trust me.
Can you hear?
Shift change. Don't. Pretty bold of you.
Mhm.
Pink paws. Hi.
Need about 10k, so let's not waste much time.
Coming through.
Time. Trust me. Your express delivery. That's cute. I got an access card. From a box, it seems. Go at the ones that I want.
So a while back, somebody animated the Artemis Blue Marble, that beautiful dark side of the Earth image that allowed for you to detect a bunch of stuff that you couldn't see in a blue marble that was taken face on from the bright side of the Earth because it was just being lit by the moon, and that was very little light, which allows you to see things like the lights of the cities and the lights of thunderstorms and the light of the auroras, and also, most surprisingly, sunlight bouncing off of satellites in Earth's orbit. And this is beautiful and amazing, and I pontificated in a YouTube video, and you can watch that. But several people asked, like, is this okay? It looks like there's a lot of them. Are they going to run into each other? Are we just creating a bunch of trash in space? And no, but I do think there is something here that like most people have not caught up to yet, including a lot of the people who are like technically in charge of space. They know about the problem. We just don't have like the systems to handle the problem, and there is a problem. So by the end of this video, I think that you can understand 1, why orbit is a finite and breakable resource. 2, why one private company now has so much sway over some of the important orbits, and 3, what could we actually do about it? Because we're not going to ban satellites. They're super useful. But we also shouldn't just like let the market sort it out, because there are externalities here that matter, and that's tricky. Though I also find it like kind of exciting because there are answers here, and they involve policies that nobody thinks about as space policy. They also involve thinking about the world as if it is a world, as if it is one place, rather than a bunch of countries. But before I get into it, I'm currently in Paris, I'm walking around, and I wanted to tell you about a thing that we do over on the Vlogbrothers channel called the Vlogbrothers Content Sponsorship Grants, or something like that. We take some of the ad revenue from the Vlogbrothers channel, and we put that into a big pile. And every year, and we've been doing this for over a decade now, we give a little bit of money in the form of grants to people making educational content on the internet in one way or another. We've often favored YouTube videos because that's the world we know the best, but it's not limited to YouTube videos, and we've given to all kinds of creators making stuff in all kinds of formats and genres. And so right now, for a little while longer, you can apply for one of these grants. There's a bunch more information about how it works and the qualifications and all of that at the link in the description. I don't need to dump it all on everybody because it doesn't apply to most people, and most of you would like to get back to the video, so let's do that. Space. You'd think that there's a lot of it, but there isn't as much as you'd think. There is what's called a low Earth orbit. This is like a space of space above us, like 200 to 2,000 kilometers up. And it is no longer empty. It is now infrastructure. It is a place where systems of our Earth exist, and they're super useful. Doing stuff that you couldn't do from Earth. Weather forecasting, climate monitoring, GPS, internet, military stuff, astronomy is going on up there. Increasingly, all of that stuff adds up to traffic. A satellite in low Earth orbit goes around the planet around once every 90 minutes. It's going to differ a lot by how high up it is, but it's fast. They're all moving super fast, and that means that it isn't like over a place. There are some orbits, and these are much higher, that are geostationary, so the orbit is the speed of the Earth's spinning, but that's not what low Earth orbit is like. When you're in low Earth orbit, you are not somewhere, you are everywhere over and over again. You are slicing through the same volume as every other satellite. And not just satellites, also like pieces of rockets or broken chunks of something that's roughly at the same altitude. Space is very large, so remember that. But the useful part is less large. It's still large. You know, you look at this image of the night side of Earth and you think, oh my God, it's so full. But those things are way brighter than they have any business being because this is such a low light image. But space, basically infinite, probably. We're not going to get into whether space is infinite, but the useful part of space is not. This low Earth orbit slice is a finite resource. There's this thing called a commonwealth. It is the wealth that is common. It is something that everybody owns together, and it should be utilized for the public good. It should be regulated in such a way that allows it to not just be like taken up by one person and decide that that's my wealth now. No, it's a commonwealth. And low Earth orbit is and should be considered a commonwealth. It is a commonwealth for the entire Earth. And there's a bunch of stuff that it helps to understand. Like a satellite at 350 kilometers that dies will re-enter in months or years because there's some atmosphere up there as still, and it's going to pull on it, and eventually it's going to fall down. And that means it's not up there being a problem anymore. Whereas an object at 900 kilometers is going to stay there for centuries. The atmosphere dissipates exponentially as you get higher. So when you're super high up there, there's a lot less atmosphere, a lot less drag. you stay up there for a lot longer. There is currently nobody doing like janitorial services up there, and there is enough reason to be worried right now. The European Space Agency tracks tens of thousands of objects in orbit, but tracked is like the things that you can actually look at and see where they are. There are also models that estimate that there are millions of pieces that are too small to reliably track. There's like a screw, there's a shard, there's a lot of paint flecks, and that doesn't seem like it would be a problem, but it's a paint fleck going at bullet speed. You may have seen the movie Gravity. This is not how this would go, but there is the idea of there could be kind of a chain reaction. Like once there are enough pieces, one thing gets hit, and then a little while later, all the pieces from that thing hit something else, and that just exponentially increases the amount of pieces that are flying around in these orbits, and then that means eventually nothing survives up there anymore. This is called Kessler syndrome. It's like, I love that they gave it a name of like a disease that an orbit can get, but real Kessler syndrome is like slower. It would definitely not happen like the movie Gravity, but probably wouldn't happen in such a way where it would be like, you know, one day suddenly we hit the exponential and everything just disappears. It's just going to be kind of slow and boring and annoying. Physics could potentially ruin a commons, but it's not going to do it in such a way that it is so cinematic. Real Kessler syndrome, you know, is slower, but you get collisions that create debris, and debris creates more collisions, and over decades, certain orbital bands will get harder and harder to use. This does not close down space, and George Clooney does not die, but it is a thing that we are legitimately worried about. And good news, when we're worried about something, we tend to study it, and then we figure out how to handle it, usually before it gets too bad. And there's a piece of information here that will be somewhat of a relief. The most dangerous objects up there are not the small new ones, even though the small ones cause a lot of the immediate damage. The most dangerous objects up there are not like little paint flecks. They're also not even like the vast majority of the satellites that are up there. The biggest problem are the old, big, dead satellites. The little fragments are hard to track, but they don't produce a bunch of new debris when they hit something. The big worries are the spent upper rocket stages, the dead satellites that are like the size of a school bus. This is like old stuff that is up there, and we put it up there a long time ago, and it stopped working a long time ago, and they're like fragmentation bombs. If a problem with them happened, there's just a lot of material that could break off and become a problem. So that's bad news. The good news is these things are relatively easier to clean up. So if we wanted to start cleaning up orbit, the big targets are not like sweeping up a bunch of little tiny things. The big targets are the dead giant things that can't steer themselves anymore. They can't listen to Earth. They are old tech, and we put them at high orbits, and they are stuck up there, but we can get them down. Now, interestingly, as of 2026, most active satellites in orbit are Starlinks. Not just a lot of them, most of them. There's a public tracking list, 10,000 active Starlink satellites, compared to a few thousand other active maneuverable payloads up there. So when we're talking about active satellites, most of what's going on up there is Starlink. In the most populated layer of low Earth orbit, Starlink is most of what's going on there. Now, Starlink is genuinely not the same kind of danger as like a Soviet rocket body from 1973. Starlinks are maneuverable. They operate relatively low, where drag will eventually clean up the dead ones. They are also designed to deorbit. SpaceX is constantly running collision avoidance. These are all things that make that better. But as you get more stuff, you do get more fragility. So it's easy to manage the Starlinks, but they take up so much space that if something goes wrong, it's likely to hit a Starlink. I should say more likely, not necessarily likely. And part of that is that orbit is now dependent on us continually working on keeping it. Like, it is dependent on constant maintenance from one company run by a guy operating on just the US nation's regulatory framework. So that's a lot of orbit that has now been taken up by a single company operating under one regulatory regime. And like, maybe that's fine. Like, of course, lots of things depend on constant competence, like air travel, you know, all of planes, power grids, water, all this stuff. Everything needs to work all of the time or things break. And that's now what orbit is like. If you stopped maintaining orbit, orbit would break. That's weird, but it is true. And they've done research on this, and the amount of time it would take to break is maybe less than you'd think. And a lot of the things that we think of as fragile systems that require constant maintenance and competence, those things are governed. They are critical infrastructure, and they are regulated as such. Low Earth orbit is not regulated like that. SpaceX doesn't own low Earth orbit. Nobody owns low Earth orbit. There is an outer space treaty. It was signed in 1967. It is still in effect. And it says that outer space cannot be claimed. It cannot be claimed by sovereignty or occupation or use or any other means. Space is not SpaceX's. It is not America's. It is not even first come, first served, though it obviously is. Like it says, like sovereignty can't be claimed by use, but like sovereignty has been claimed by use. This is a very Elon move, right? It's like, oh, I can gain power over something with money and also make money while I'm doing it? Heck yeah. So we've got this commons up there, and power over it does not require ownership. Power over it just requires use, just by being there and being useful. And becoming a piece of the infrastructure, and a large piece, like the majority of the infrastructure that is up there by individual satellites. Now, maybe by services served, there are other things that are more valuable, like climate monitoring, science, stuff like that. But SpaceX taking up so much of these orbits is like this fuzzy, worrying kind of ownership. And I don't want you to think that I think that Starlink provides no value. It provides real, enormous value to ships at sea, to rural communities, to Ukraine, to disaster zones. This is a good service that I am glad that we have in the world. And also, Starlink is like quietly consuming like the shared orbital safety margin in a way that nobody on Earth ever decided for. I mean, kind of. There's some US regulatory systems that allowed the satellites to be there, but like that's just US, which is, you know, the minority of the people and land. So what do we do? And like the first thought I have is you regulate this. You say, okay, just like it's the band of the radio. You can't have anybody putting a radio station on any band. You have to regulate it. It's a finite resource and it is being filled up. We need regulation. But how? How do we do that? Because there's an outer space treaty that basically says no country can regulate this. And then you're like, okay, so I guess international regulation? But that's not how it's working right now. Right now, the US can regulate SpaceX because SpaceX is an American company. And the FCC, which handles how like the radio spectrum is used, the FAA, which handles launches. None of those agencies technically own or regulate space, but the FCC is like doing a lot of the work here because satellites need the radio spectrum to do anything useful, which means that one of the main gatekeepers of the orbital commons is a communications regulator, which is exactly how you'd expect things to go, right? We need to regulate this. We're just going to use the existing thing, and so the people who regulate radio and Wi-Fi also regulate space. It's not super crazy. Like, it's just a funny way to run a planet. And I would think that you would want to like tax this stuff. You would want to put a tax on space so that you can do things with it with that money, like clean up old satellites. But you can't tax space because nobody owns space. But you can tax permission. Countries can't claim orbital shells. Thank goodness, that would be bad. We'd have a war over it. But countries can regulate the companies that want to launch from their soil, sell to their customers, use their ground stations, like send radio signals through their air. So the orbit is the commons, but we do have a checkpoint, and it is all of the legal doorways that you have to go through. That's not happening internationally, which is somewhat worrying, but it is happening on country scale. And through that mechanism, you can build something that I think should exist, which is like rent in the orbital commons. You should be able to tax the value of the orbit. And if you are the kind of nerd that you very well may be, you will recognize this as a land value tax for space. And I'm not kidding. I think there should be a land value tax for space. Now, you might think that you're gonna like bring this up at a party and it's gonna go great, but probably not. So you should probably just keep that one in your heart. But there should be an orbital value tax, obviously. It should be international, but I don't think we're gonna make that happen. So instead, we're probably going to do that through surrogates in countries. But basically what you say is there are value to the orbital slots, the right altitudes, which shells are unclogged, how long you can stay inside of them, like are they geosynchronous? Like all these different orbital shells are valuable. No company built that value. That value comes from physics. And
okay, I feel like NT is done for this week, right? Yeah, 2 weeks to earn enough money. $3,500 is to next polls. $6 million is next polls. $9 million. 12,500. $16,700. I have no clue how to earn that much. I get 700k each week. Like, yeah, I don't have enough for all of them. The Porsche itself probably won't be able to get it. It doesn't matter much, to be honest. Alright. I need to play a bit of more WoW. A4.
From the Commonwealth of these orbits. And also, you know, it's all dependent on publicly funded launch infrastructure and publicly funded research for how to figure out how to do any of this stuff. SpaceX is up there in the commons because they're valuable, and without that value they couldn't do the work that they do. And there's a bunch of reasons why it should be regulated in such a way that raises money to handle the maintenance of that commons, and to also handle what to do about disputes, and also just because that's all of ours, and so everyone should benefit from the commons being used. And also, if the value of the orbit goes up, the tax should go up, which would encourage turnover. You know, like if you want to fill it all up and be like, I'm gonna like elbow out and you can't move into the orbits, if you tax it enough, that becomes too valuable, and so you're not just clogging up space because it's cheap to clog up space. You are no longer able to do that because there's a tax, and so the most valuable things go up and the least valuable things come down. That's how it should work. I don't know if you knew this, but I was going to make a case in the video, and the case is orbital value tax. So yeah, this is not a per satellite tax. It is based on the value of the individual orbits and how much space you're taking up in that orbit. Also, you could look at the lifetime that orbit is going to be stable, or how much time you're going to spend in that orbit, whether you're going to deorbit after a certain amount of time. There's a bunch of stuff that regulators could include here, like how good are you at deorbiting, and what altitude are you going to be at, and how long does your satellite stay maneuverable. Maybe you put some money in a bond that gets given back to you if you successfully deorbit cleanly rather than leave it up there as junk. And the way that this should work is that it should be global, but it can't work that way as far as I can tell. And the only way you can actually do it, and I'm not sure if this would actually be legal, but is to like bundle it up with the rest of the regulations for launch and communications, which are the actual doorways that control whether companies can launch their satellites into orbit. And you could see a world where the UN kind of gets together, or a bunch of countries that have launch capability kind of get together. You have like the US and the EU and the UK and Japan and India and Canada and China and Australia. They all get together and they say, like, if you do not comply with this, you do not get access to our customers, which means that you can't like find a friendly country.
As we all know by now, the guns in Starfield are absolutely abysmal. They're easily among the ugliest, most unlikable gun designs in all of gaming. You see, about 2.5 years ago, I reviewed all the guns in Starfield, and that video has racked up over 5 million views by now. Almost, 6 million now. Damn, people really hate these things. I'm really glad people love...
Over the last year, the car market had...
This game is pretty simple. It's exactly what it says on the tin. We are making a nuclear bomb in our backyard. But we're not going to half-ass it. We're going to have to do every single step, from properly pouring a concrete slab that can support the rocket, to creating the nuclear core and surrounding it with everything that's needed to make sure it explodes properly. And that's not even mentioning meticulously crafting by hand the 36 concrete hexagons we need. And of course, the painstaking welding to bring it all together. So let's get right into it and 100% the game about building a nuclear bomb in your backyard. Fun fact, this red dot represents all of the firepower of World War II. And these red dots represent the firepower of currently existing nuclear weapons. Yeah, that seems fine. Yeah, don't worry about it, guys. Do not even worry about it. Hey, I mean, if there's that many already, what's one more to the mix? So here we got ourselves a wonderful backyard. Seems primed to make something cool. Throw trash here. Don't. Oh. Okay, well, I don't know which way to go. I'll err on the side of caution and throw all of my trash here. Okay, we also got ourselves a whiteboard for planning, a chair, wonderful little fridge, and most importantly, a piece of paper with the controls.
Forza Horizon 6 is a game about one thing: driving cars very fast. But what if I refuse to drive a car? Yes, I want to see if it's possible to beat a game all about racing without ever actually using my controller or keyboard to drive the car. Now when I say...
Hey guys, Tyler here. Playing a puzzle game I haven't really seen anything like before. You have to pick a hand. Interesting. There's a white cube in the hand. Black cube is death, white cube is light, or life, so I guess I want that. All I know is that this is a rule deduction puzzle game where it's not just random which hand has the white cube. There's rules. Oh, like this. In each pair of opposite hands, there may only be one black cube. Got a list of rules. And I'm gonna pick the left hand. I got the black cube. Okay, wrong. So I guess I'll do the right hand. Okay, we got a white cube. And it looks like I've completed 1 out of 5. But now he's wearing a gold mask. So is it in the left hand then? No, that's not the rule. Gold mask also is right hand, possibly. 1 out of 5, just to prove we're not guessing. I'm gonna go right hand again. Okay, that's good. We're fine at the cube. But now we got the orange mask again. Well, and I did right hand for that last time, but I feel like it's weird if it's always the right hand. Yeah, okay. No, I have to think of other ideas. Orange mask, we'll go left hand. Okay, 1 out of 5. Now gold mask, we'll go back to right hand. So that's working well. Oh, you know, orange mask again, maybe it matters which way his head is tilting. So last time his head was tilting left and it was the left hand, but now if his head's tilting to the right, it'd be his right hand. Oh, okay. And if orange mask is tilted to the left again, it's going to be left hand. Aha. Okay. Orange mask tilted to the right is going to be right hand. Very cool. 5 out of 5. Now, what if there's more hands? Well, is the orange mask and he's tilted to the right? So is it going to be any one of these right hands? Well, it was a right hand, so that's a start. 1 out of 5. Orange mask tilted to the left. I'm just going to pick the top hand. Left, okay, that's still good. I don't know if it'd all be right, though, because there's also this gold ring. What's this? Probably want to touch this. Liar. How dare you? What, is it saying 5 points is a liar? Well, that's not this guy. This guy isn't the liar. He's the truther. So when he says the truth, you pick the right hand. Okay, very cool. You know, it's interesting that the ring hand... Oh, what the hell? The ring hand has always been on the other side? We got a pointy finger? Okay, I'm gonna pick the next one on the left. I feel like... yes. Oh, if you get a pointer, maybe you get to ask yes or no? And we know this guy isn't the liar, right? So he must be telling the truth. Yes, pick this hand. Okay, 4 out of 5. Got you again. Your face left, so you go left hand. No! No! Okay, I knew it wasn't as simple as just pick any of the hands that fit. Like, there's got to be more to it. Like, out of curiosity, I kind of want to do some tests. The gold ring. What's in the gold ring? It's a black cube. Is it going to always be a black cube? I need to test this a few times because if the gold ring is always a black cube, then the hand opposite it will always be a white cube as per the first rule. Oh, and this is helpful. His head is actually tilted towards the gold ring, and it's still a black cube. So that's huge. I'm pretty sure that confirms gold ring is always black cube, so the hand across should always be a white cube. Let's see if I can get 5 out of 5 with this though. Gold ring, hand across. Okay, it's a pointer. Well, okay, it's not always a white cube then. What was the rule specifically again? There may be only one black cube. Okay, so there can't be more than one black cube. It actually doesn't say there must be one white cube. But we know this is always not a black cube, so it's always safe. I can check this hand. Oh, he didn't say no. That was confusing. Oh, it's because I bugged it. Okay. Okay, let me fix this bug real quick. Okay, I fixed it. There's also another butterfly. Open the black ring if you trust him. Wait, black ring? Wait, I haven't seen a black ring. Wait, what are you talking about, actually? I see a gold ring. What the heck is that? Okay, give me another pointer finger. This one says yes. Okay. Wait, but that also gives a pointer finger. Okay, I'll point at this. This also says yes. That's the white cube. Okay. I think I finally got past the bug. So this hand is safe. It says yes, so I'm going to open it. It gives another pointer. This doesn't say yes, but it doesn't say no. Okay, so you have to fight against the puzzles and the bugs. Right, so I picked the hand across from the ring, and it's always not a black cube. So at least I can do a check, and when that says yes, we know it's safe. So I can keep doing that. Hopefully it doesn't bite me, but I feel like this is right. I keep getting the pointing finger. Okay, this says yes again. Another pointing finger. This one says no. Okay, so hold on. No to this one. So the one across must be safe. Aha! Aha! Yes! Pick the one across in the ring. Another pointer finger. No. If this one is bad, then this one is safe. Okay, we figured it out. We got 5 out of 5. But what if there was 8 hands? So I want to probably pick the one that's across from the gold ring. That's just the white cube. Very nice. 1 out of 5. He's got 2 gold rings. And here's the black ring. Okay, so what did it say? Open the black ring if you trust him. Well, we know that this is not the liar, so I'm gonna open the black ring. Who gets a finger? Okay, well I'm gonna point to this one. This one says yes. I trust them. It's safe to me below. So you tell me this is safe? Well, I don't know if I trust the frog though. I think I'd rather trust the black ring. It's safe to the left? Well, it's another frog. So I don't know if frogs are telling you the truth or not. They're known liars. I'm gonna try the one that's below. Because technically, you could have 0 black cubes in a pair, so it might be fine. Wait, what? To the left is a black cube. I didn't expect the other frog. Okay, what about then this hand? Is this to the left of that? Sometimes left and right are confusing. We got a pointer. Ooh, pointers are nice. I'm gonna go with this hand. Yes, give me a yes. For a white cube, we can trust pointers and yes. The frogs, I don't know yet. Gold. Oh, this is the liar. Hold on. So if this is the liar, I feel like I shouldn't trust the black ring. So I should trust the hand across from it. Okay, pointers are good. That's no. Wait, but this is a liar. If he lies and says no, then it's probably a white cube. Yeah, okay, gives me another pointer. Okay, let's try this hand. Also no. I feel like I click no. Below me is a black cube. Okay, it's a frog. I don't know if I can trust frogs yet, but it's the liar's frog. Are the liar's frogs any different? I'm gonna try, see what comes up. Damn it, that frog was telling the truth. This is why you can't ever trust frogs. Moral of the story, never trust frogs. I'm on to you, frogs. I know what you do. Don't trust frogs. Some of them lie. I've been telling you this for years. Okay, this is the truth tower. We can go across from the gold ring. Nice, white cube. 1 out of 5. And I'm gonna keep going across in gold ring. Till left is a black cube. Don't care, I'm gonna go across from the other gold ring. At least get a finger I can point at. Get a yes, that's nice. White cube. I'm not trusting the frogs yet. So we have the liar. I'm gonna go across from the black ring, who says it's safe to me below. Maybe frogs tell the truth when they're by the liar, and they lie when they're by the truth teller. So I actually did want to go below, because I think the liar and the gold ring can be safe. To the left are 2 black cubes. Okay, one of them's probably in this hand. The other could be here, so that's... Wait, is that not helpful? I don't know what else I can trust, but I do feel like the most likely spots for black cubes are the spaces opposite of the frogs, and especially a black ring. So that would mean these two hands are probably safe. I'm gonna try the top hand. Nice. Okay, 3 out of 5. Oh, what's this? The honest man inclines his head towards life. I think I learned that a long time ago. Well, actually, it's nice to have a confirmation, right? The non-liar inclines his head towards the white cube, but this is the liar. And frankly, there's life, well, there's black cubes on both sides, but maybe only the white cube is on the left side. With you, I go across from the black. I'm gonna point at left. That says no, so I'm gonna open it. Okay, another finger points here, says no. Come on, white cube. That's the white cube. I gotta keep using that first rule, actually. Because yeah, if the liar is inclined to the left, then the white cube is on the right. First hand I'll check the far one, because that's opposite of the black cube, or the black ring. I'm not gonna check this bottom one, because the gold ring goes well with the liar, so the hand opposite of that is bad. That says no, I'm going for it. It's safe to the right. Okay, that is the truth. Thank you, frog. Well, now I think I just need to open the gold hand. Yes, I got a finger. That's nice. Let's hit this. No, that's good to hear. To the left are 2 black cubes. Probably true. Okay, but doesn't this have to be the white cube then? If the liar inclines his head away from the white cube? Yeah, nice. First rule, working well. Got 5 out of 5. That's so many hands and heads. Whoa. Liar, truther, and the big head. Big head is angled to the left, but it's also shifted to the right. And I'm not sure what to do with hands when all the heads are available. Also, there's a varying number of necklace teeth, I suppose. Maybe like the left side is the truth teller and the right side is the liar. So I should trust a black ring on the left. Okay, that's not bad. I'm gonna point at this hand. Yes, but on the right side. So is that the liar saying it? Would text ever show up on the left side? Like all text might be on the right side, so I have to believe that it's the truther. So I'm gonna try truther. Okay, it got a yes. So that was the words of the truther. Text will just never show up on the left side. What do you say? To the left are 3 black cubes? Whatever it is a lying frog, because the truther's frogs are liars. So that means to the left, he said, are 3 black cubes? Well, that means the white cube is one of them. I don't know which. So I'm gonna go the liar side, well, I think it's the liar side, and take a gold ring. No. No. Okay, that's wrong. What if then the tilted head is inclined towards the liar? Or sorry, the truth teller. So what if we are to believe the truth teller is in power right now? So I'm gonna open a black ring. There's nothing. Okay, well, I guess it's safe. I'm gonna go opposite of a gold ring. Okay, gives me a finger. Yeah, I think we're inclined to the truthsayer. I'm gonna point at the opposite of a gold ring again to well, no, I don't need that to confirm my suspicions. I'll just take a random hand. No. So if this is no, this is probably a yes. So I'll try that. It's safe to the right. If we are to believe that we are in the truthsayer, this frog is a liar. So these are not safe. Wait, but one of them is opposite of the gold ring. Well, not safe doesn't mean perfectly deadly. So there could still be a safe spot. Another empty hand. Like this could be the deadly spot, for example. I don't know about this fist. We could try that. That's just a white cube. 1 out of 5. Okay, again, the head is tilted towards the truthsayer. So I'll open the black ring. It's safe to the left. Well, damn it, I was gonna open this black ring. Maybe the frogs behave differently at this moment? Well, it was safe. I'm gonna go opposite of the gold ring. So many just empty hands. I think I still have something to learn about the frogs. Like, what if the frog is actually referring to the opposite direction, which it says always? What if it's safe to the right? I mean, it is safe, but we can't prove anything. I'm gonna just point at this. We got a yes, and it is inclined towards the truthsayer. So that's the white cube. 2 out of 5. Now it's inclined towards the liar. So in those cases, you can open the gold rings. Empty hand. How about this? Got a finger. All right, let's try this hand.
Who's the caged
No.
bird now?
And that's the liar, so we can open it. Below me is a black cube. Oh, the frog just lied. But unless if we reverse the directions, it could be doing that. The frog could be saying that above him is a black cube. It's possible. Let me try the other gold. That's just empty. I'm gonna try this hand. Let's just see. Oh, it's just the black cube. Unless it, like, the frog was kind of a double lie, in that the frog was referring to the opposite direction, yes, but it was a liar's frog? I don't know. I want to chase this theory. We're pointing towards the Truth Seeker. Give me a black ring.
Mind's eye.
Whoa!
Don't blink.
Oh no. Was my suspicion wrong? Is there something about the background? Alright, the head is inclined towards the liar, so I should open a gold ring. Okay, fingers are helpful. And let's go this hand. No. And if it's the liar, it should be fine. It is safe. This is the liar's game. We'll go opposite of the black rings. Okay, that's just the white cube. This is safe, 1 out of 5. Inclined towards the liar. We take a gold ring. I'll point at this hand. That's got a yes, so I'm going to go with the hand opposite from it. Another finger. I'm going to point at this hand. That gives a no, which means it's worth a shot. It's empty, though. Let's take this gold ring, which is empty.
This rocket engine is not very powerful. It's not especially big or pretty, and if I'm being honest, it's not even the main reason why I'm showing you this clip. That would be the fact that if you examine the background of this video, you can't see a single human soul for miles, and that shows you exactly how scary this type of rocket is. This is Robert Goddard, and nowadays he's known as the father of modern rocketry. But at one point, he was known as Crazy Bob because he kept a suitcase of TNT in his attic that he was trying to use to compress graphite with explosions to turn into a diamond. Now, I'm not too sure that story is 100% truth, but just the fact that the story exists makes it fair to say that rocket scientists don't normally get scared easily. Most of them are not even clinically sane, which makes sense. It's a trait of the job because normally, when things go bad with rockets, they explode. They're basically bombs with well-designed holes. So, when I tell you that most rocket scientists don't want to stand anywhere near that rocket engine, it begs the question, what is it about that rocket engine that is so scary? I can summarize the reason with one word. Hypergolic. In the late 17th century, a gentleman by the name of Frederick Slayer mixed nitric acid with turpentine and realized the mixture spontaneously combusts with no ignition. That is how he accidentally discovered hypergolic reactions. The word hypergolic comes from the amalgamation of 2 Greek words and 1 Latin word. Hyper, that means excessive, over the top, and ergon, that means energy, plus oilium, that means oil. The end result is oil that burns excessively well, and it burns well because you don't even need to ignite it. Normally, if you want to burn something, you need a means of ignition, a flame, a spark, something that gives you that initial spike of heat to start the chain reaction that we call combustion. In rockets, ignition can be tricky, especially when you're injecting freezing cold propellants at insane speeds into a closed chamber. So it's easy to understand the appeal of propellants that don't require ignition. Propellant is a compact word to describe what is used to propel the rocket. In most cases, one of the propellants is a fuel. That can be kerosene, alcohol, gasoline, sugar, toilet paper, literally anything that burns and generates hot gases that you can expel out of a nozzle. To burn those fuels, you need an oxidizer, normally something with oxygen in it, and it can be something as simple as air. Air has oxygen, and that is what jet engines use. But rockets are meant to go to space, and there's no abundance of air in space. So what you need to do is pack air inside of the rocket. The only problem is that air is a gas. It's not very dense and it takes too much space. You can compress it, but even that is not enough to solve the problem. What you need to do is to literally condense it, make it into a liquid. And to do that, you need to cool air to absurdly low temperatures. You can see how this becomes complicated. Sure, make air into a liquid, but now you have this freezing liquid that really doesn't want to be a liquid and will boil off at any chance you give it. Keep in mind that the first use for rockets were missiles, and during the war, you can't really afford to sit around waiting while your propellants boil off. So in the 1940s, scientists had an idea. What if instead of using pure oxygen, we use another compound that has oxygen in it, but it's already a liquid? For example, nitric acid. Nitric acid has 3 very useful oxygen atoms, and it works pretty well as an oxidizer. The only problem is the obvious one. We're talking about nitric acid, and nitric acid corrodes almost every single part on the rocket. It's fine with missiles since the end result destroys the rocket anyway, but for space applications, it's not great. I said hypergolic reactions were discovered by accident, but the hypergolic propellants weren't. Nitric acid and turpentine are not a great choice for propellants, so to find the perfect couple, scientists brute force through thousands of experiments. Many pairs of compounds were tested: nitric acid with furfuryl alcohol, nitric acid with aniline, they tried acetylenes, nitriles, and even gasoline. Sometimes they would even create blends or try additives to make non-hypergolic fuels hypergolic. It's important to say that just because you mix something and it burns or explodes, it doesn't make it hypergolic. For example, if you throw sodium metal on water, you get a pretty intense bang, but that comes from the sodium generating a lot of heat that ignites the hydrogen on the water. In this case, there's still an ignition, which is the heat generated by the reaction itself. For it to be hypergolic, it needs to combust on contact. What makes this new branch of rocket science so tricky is the fact that many pairs of propellants ignite on contact, but not immediately.
Sponsor time.
My shop is my sanctuary. I like to keep it with a certain decor, embellish it with certain accoutrements, if you will. In my case, I love rockets, I like anime, and I hate tomatoes. These are high-quality metal posters because metal is metal. You can destroy a paper poster with a glass of water, but these, I could metalwork these into an actual rocket. These metal posters are made by a company called Displate, and they were kind enough to sponsor this video. Some of these designs I got directly from their catalog. They have over 200 licensed collections from iconic brands, like Star Wars, Marvel, Warhammer, and Lord of the Rings. Displate is a great gift idea for any occasions. I'm personally a big fan of Demon Slayer, and that's the reason why I got this beautiful piece of art. You can also customize your posters with your original designs and pictures. This one, for example, is a schematic for the V2 rocket, the one and only OG rocket. The poster comes with a magnetic mount, so you don't need tools, and you can install them in less than a minute. You can even swap them if you want to mix things up. So, if you need to press some identity into your own space, give their catalog a look. The posters are pretty cool. Right now you can get a Displate metal poster with a 26% off discount, 2 with 31% off, and 3 with 36%. Click the link displate.com/intex in the description down below, and use your discount code INTEXA to get the promotion. A special thanks to Displate for sponsoring this video. The posters are pretty cool, and a big thanks to you for supporting this channel. Now, let's get on with it. At one point, scientists were trying to measure the ignition delay with a transparent combustion chamber, when all of a sudden, they saw an intense flash, hear a splitting crack, and the lid of the chamber was shot through the ceiling. Oh yeah, they were testing this indoors. This was the 40s after all. The 40-pound slab of high-grade glass turned instantly into fine powder, and by some miracle, everyone survived. All these dangerous tests landed in these two chemicals, hydrazine as the fuel, and nitrogen tetroxide as the oxidizer. Hydrazine is a transparent liquid that looks like water and has a pungent smell, many times described as fishy. Nitrogen tetroxide is a red translucid liquid, but it dissociates into nitrogen dioxide, which is a brownish red fume. These two chemicals combined have a pretty good performance and energy density, but they really shine in terms of volumetric energy density, meaning that if you only had one bottle of soda to pack your propellants, these two would probably be your best choice. Plus, they are easy to store, liquid at room temperature, and they ignite when mixed. So, if all of that is true, why is it that nowadays most rocket engines use liquid oxygen with fuels like methane or kerosene instead of using these miracle propellants? Well, in this world, nothing comes for free, and in this case, the price is your life. Hydrazine looks like water. That is its first lie. When I said it smells fishy, I meant it literally, but you can also take it in a metaphorical sense, because if you so much stand next to an open beaker of hydrazine, by the time you smell the sardines, the vapors are already entering your respiratory tract. A warm, wet, protein-lined surface. Hydrazine reacts with all three. At first, you feel a light burning sensation in your nose, throat, and lungs. The irritation will make you cough, and as you start coughing, it already reached your bloodstream. Congratulations, you probably have cancer. But don't worry, or at least you have no time to worry, because your brain is getting attacked, your liver destroyed, your cells can't breathe because your mitochondria are getting killed, and your bloodstream is filling up with lactic acid. At the same time, you feel dizzy, nauseous, and shake uncontrollably as you slip into a coma. And that is from inhalation alone. With direct contact, the list is just too long. If hydrazine is a discreet water-looking chameleon, nitrogen tetroxide is a poisonous frog warning you not to get close. But if you insist, as the red fumes reach way deep into your lungs, right down to the tiny air sacs, the nitrous dioxide reacts with the moisture in your lungs to make nitric acid. Not metaphorically, literal and very pure nitric acid. The same one that destroyed metal parts in rockets. Your lungs start to panic and release fluid in hopes you're just giving cigarettes a chance and you can cough it out. But in reality, it's making more moisture and in turn more nitric acid. You feel like you're burning inside, but at the same time drowning in your own fluid. Each breath feels thinner than the last, like you're trying to breathe through a soaked sponge, until you can't breathe at all. Okay, I dramatized this a bit. You probably won't get all of that from sniffing them once, and it won't all happen at the same time, but it is convenient for me to put it like that because, believe it or not, the thing that makes these chemicals so toxic and corrosive is exactly the same thing that makes them so great as propellants: their stability. The hydrazine molecule is held together by a single bond between the nitrogen atoms, which is very weak. To make it worse, it has too many electrons, and it's dying to give them off. It's like a mousetrap where the cheese is the electrons, and in this janky metaphor, the mouse is the nitrogen tetroxide, because it's hungry for electrons, and also because the N2O4 molecule is really just two molecules of NO2 tied together with a strand of air. That's the reason why they don't need ignition. It's because they are unstable soulmates. They barely need to get close to each other to release their burning passion. Hydrazine itself can sometimes be found outside classical rocketry as a gas generator. It's used in the F-16 fighter jets as an emergency electricity generator. It was also used in a short-lived rocket plane in the Second World War that killed more of its own pilots than enemies. And it was used in drag racing as a fuel, because despite all its faults in the health department, hydrazine is a tremendous fuel, especially because it will burn even when the mixture is extremely fuel-rich. The rocket engine that I showed you at the beginning uses monomethyl hydrazine as the fuel and a mixture of nitrogen tetroxide with nitrogen oxide. That mixture is commonly called MON3 because in this case it has 3% of nitrogen oxide. These are basically the same propellants as before, they just have some additives to lower the freezing temperature. They are still hypergolic and still very toxic. Do you know what's funny about these two propellants? And not much is funny about them? The result of the combustion of these two toxic, corrosive, and carcinogenic propellants is a fairly clean flame made of nitrogen gas and steam. It doesn't even have carbon emissions. Even so, nowadays this type of rocket engine is mostly used in outer space for smaller thrusters, where it can only give cancer to aliens and lunar monsters. This specific engine was 3D printed in a nickel alloy. They didn't tell me which one exactly, but I'm guessing is the fabled super alloy called Inconel that can take heat like a champ. The expansion cone for the rocket uses an even more heat-resistant niobium alloy that only melts at a staggering temperature of 2500 degrees Celsius. You don't see it in this clip because it only makes sense to use it in the vacuum of space, where it raises the total thrust of the rocket to 6,000 newtons. By the way, the company that tested this rocket has an entire building filled with vacuum pumps, just so they can simulate space conditions to test the rocket engines. They are literally vacuuming rocket exhaust. Take that, Dyson. Now, if you were paying attention, earlier I said that to burn a fuel, normally you need something with oxygen in it. And the reason why I said it like that is because oxygen is not the only element capable of oxidizing a fuel. As a matter of fact, it's not even the best by a big margin. That title belongs to fluorine. And if you put it in the form of chlorine trifluoride, you get a substance that is so unstable that is hypergolic with almost everything, not just fuels, everything. There's an account by a famous rocket chemist named John D. Clark where chlorine trifluoride was spilled in the lab, and it immediately went hypergolic with the floor. It ate through the concrete, the gravel, and it kept going. With this hypergolic oxidizer, you can even use glass as a fuel. Think about what I just said. It burns glass. Glass is not supposed to burn. Other items on the list of things this demon propellant can burn include water, you heard that right, and my personal favorite, asbestos, which used to be used to protect stuff from fire, until we realized it also gives us cancer. If instead of building an asbestos rocket you go for the best fuel available to humans, liquid hydrogen, you would achieve the highest level of performance ever tested on a rocket engine. Just the fact that scientists considered chlorine trifluoride as a propellant comes to show how hard it is to design a normal rocket engine. That and engineers prefer simple danger to complex safety. Talking about safety, chlorine trifluoride puts all the other hypergols on a corner in terms of danger. It wouldn't make you cough, it wouldn't give you cancer. It would melt your flesh and set your bones on fire. The amount of time it takes for the combustion to start with chlorine trifluoride is so short that scientists couldn't measure it. It is so dangerous that the only reason it is possible to store it It's because when it reacts with certain materials, it generates a very stable compound that protects the container. There's this story, which is almost a myth at this.
Okay, that's going to be it for the stream. Good luck, fun, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next.